What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? Welcome back to the town, y'all. What's going on? Welcome in. I'm letting y'all get on in a little bit. Come on in. I'm moving a little slow, but that's all right. I appreciate y'all for being here. Welcome back to my channel. Get on in here. I appreciate everyone for pulling up tonight. Listen, we got a little bit of a different thing I'm trying tonight, okay? Just something different. You know, before we get out of Women's History Month, I want to try something a little different on a Sunday. So come on in here, get acquainted, get cozy. We got a lot to talk. You know, how y'all been doing? Welcome in. Make sure you're hitting that like button on your way in. Make sure you're sharing the content. Make sure you're commenting. Make sure you're hitting the notification bell. Do all of the things. Thank y'all so much. Get on in here. And welcome to the pressure room, baby. Yeah. Welcome to the pressure room. And I wanted to do this because coming off of a recent conversation, I noticed how triggered some people were at the idea of a feminist. And it really just intrigued my interest. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to let some more people get up in the building tonight, and we're going to keep it going. You see the thumbnail. You see what's been going on. We got Latto in the news. We got Chrisean Rock in the news. We got this crazy lady off the Bachelorette in the news. We're going to talk about it all. But before we do, I want to have this night as an opportunity for anybody out there that would like to pull up and challenge Auntie's point of view. I'm in the mood tonight. I'm in the mood for a little back and forth. I'm in the mood for a little back and forth. And we're just gonna discuss some things. So get on in here, make sure you liking the video, do all of the things, like, share, and subscribe. Thank y'all for coming on in. And we're just gonna have a good time tonight. I know it's a lot going on in these YouTube streets. I'm gonna try to touch on everything as much as I can. But you know how we do at Auntie House. We just vibing. So come on in, stay on in, and we're gonna get this show started. If that's all right. I see you in the building. What's going on, Kenneth? Thank you for being here. Welcome in. Thank you so much. My Life, Your Entertainment in the building. My mod, I appreciate you. Black TV, what's up, baby? Stick around. You're going to like this one. Brian Russell, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Y'all pull up. Listen, it's Pressure Room Live, baby. That's what we on tonight. And if you didn't read the description, the pressure room is where opinions get tested and ideologies are challenged. And I know that there are a lot of people out there that love to challenge my ideology, that love to challenge and give me pushback on certain things in this space. And I want to give the opportunity for y'all to come and give me the pushback that you think I need. Are you a person that hates feminism? Are you a patriarchy thumper? Do you think that modern women are the problem? Well, if you do, this is your time to shine. I want you to pull on up and tell me how you feel. I'm going to play a little video. Thank you, Black. I know, listen, we still figuring it out. I'm trying my best. But yeah, you know, I just had a conversation. I just had a conversation with the lovely Dee Dee Reactions. Shout out to Dee Dee Reactions. That's my girl. We recently, is that what it is, Black? I need faster internet. I thought I had the fastest one. I don't know what's going on. But again, y'all, it's storming outside. I don't know what's going on. Every time I want to go live on Sundays, it be raining and storming, windy, crazy weather. I don't know what that's about. But I promise you, it's the same thing going on. But yeah, so make sure y'all coming on in. Get yourself acquainted. Sit on down. But yeah, I just wanted to offer the opportunity for anyone out there to talk about that conversation that I had with Miss Dee Dee Reaction. Her audience, you know, it was a mixed bag, and it was a great conversation. We was if y'all didn't see the video, we was on there for 6 hours. We was on there for 6 hours, basically girl chatting. But I noticed that there was a strong disdain for me. And not me as a person, but I guess my mindset, right? Because the assumption is that I'm a feminist. And to a lot of men in this space, a lot of people in this space, the idea of feminism means we hate men. And that's not the case at all. You know, there's talk like, you know, feminists want to be more powerful than men. They want to be like men. And it just confuses me. Because it makes me wonder, do people even know what feminism really is and what it means? Because if you truly did, if you truly understood what it meant, I feel like you wouldn't have anything against it. I don't know what this new ideology that people have come up with, new definitions of what it means, but the basis of it has never changed. And I'm just trying to figure out why everybody hates it. So that's the theme for tonight. Anybody out there, I'm going to drop the link soon. I'm going to offer you the opportunity and tell me what your gripe is with feminism. If you have one, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, anybody, whatever you identify as, because I respect everybody. I want you to come talk to Auntie tonight, because I just don't get it. I don't get the hatred for a system that wants to uphold everyone, make everyone equal in society, have equal access to things. This is what feminism is. Or so I thought. So we're just going to take a little deep dive, just a little bit, talk a little about that, and then also get into the trending topic. So once again, make sure y'all hitting the like button on the way in. I appreciate y'all so much for being here. We got 31 people in the building right now. Let's go. We only been live for 12 minutes. Shout out to y'all. More people come and go as we go. But we're going to talk about it tonight. We're going to talk about it tonight because I'm concerned, y'all. I'm concerned. But we're going to get into it. Thank y'all so very much for being here. I see you. What you got to say? Black PRD, these niggas don't realize that patriarchy is put black people in slavery. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into it because, like you said, ninjas don't realize that the ideology that they want to assimilate with is the same ideology that had niggas in chains. I'll never understand it. But hey, we're going to get into it. Thank you for being here, Black PRD. Oh, shit. Really? Also, please take off that background music. It makes me want to fall asleep. Damn, that's how you feel? Well, let me go ahead and do that. I don't want you falling asleep on Auntie. Not yet, not yet, not yet. We just got here. Is that better? Yeah, is that better? Can y'all hear me loud and clear? But yeah, like I said, y'all, it's been a lot going on. You welcome, Michael Knight. You welcome. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. Make sure you coming on in, hitting the share button. I'm going to put that banner up just for a little bit. Y'all, we are almost at 3,000 subscribers. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let's keep on striving. Make sure you pulling up and telling others to pull up. But let me go ahead and turn this view down just a little bit more. All right. Let's see. Thank you so much for being here, Ramon. He says, I think the point people are making is just that Black Lives Matter feminism started with a cause and ended with an agenda. Ended with an agenda. I want to know more about what that agenda is. Because remember, the basis of feminism is all about equality, right? Just allowing women to have equal rights, equal opportunity, equity. It was never about pressing down on anybody else, like the patriarchy. It was never about that. But I would like to know, this is all a teaching and learning moment for everybody. I would like to know, what was the agenda, and did the agenda work? What was the agenda, and is feminism to blame? I would like to know. So give me just a second, you guys. I'm gonna pull up this first video. But come on in here. Well, I do know that it's been a lot going on, right? Hold on, let me fix this screen real quick. I'm gonna do it on big screen. I know it's been a lot going on in these YouTube streets, and we will touch on the Anton Daniel saga, of course, because it don't stop. It don't stop. And apparently, Keisha, Tasha K, and Anton all into it. Everybody into it, right? So we gonna get a little bit into that as well, and just have a good time tonight. Once again, this is Pressure Room Live, you guys. It's our first kind of play on a smoke show, and I want to see if anybody out there want to give me some smoke on anything we got to say tonight. Yeah, is that all right? Is that all right? Let's see. Okay. The agenda would be that women have the ability to misuse systems to their benefit without repercussions. Again, what do you mean? Women have the ability to misuse systems? What systems are women misusing? And misusing against who? What? Let me bring that up one more time. Hold on. To their benefit without repercussions. What are they misusing? Who's allowing the misuse of the system? And what repercussions should women face for these so-called misuses of systems? We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, y'all, make sure y'all hit the like button. Thank you so much for being here. Here we go. Child support, rape allegations, and many more. Hold that thought. We'll talk about it. Thank you for engaging, Ramon. Listen, when I drop that link, if you want to come up and holler at me, we can have a conversation. Quan, what you say? White men are pushing this black woman against the black man agenda. Is that so? In what way? I would like to know in what way. And please be very specific. When we drop the link, if you come up here to argue your point, make sure you come with facts now. Facts and data. Not feelings. We're talking about facts. Because when you say white men are pushing this black woman against the black man agenda, I need you to point directly to how. That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. But come on in. Come on in. We're going to get this thing started. Let me go ahead and hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Make sure you're hitting the like button. Let me get the number and stuff together, and I'll be right back. All right. Okay, y'all. I thought Somebody tell me. I thought that there was a way where I could actually send a number for you guys to call in. But right now I'm only seeing a link. Any of my moderators know how to find that number? Let me know. I'm gonna drop the link in a second. All right, I see y'all coming in. I see you engaging. Let's see. SoCal Dev, thank you for being here. He says the basis of feminism was to raise the economy by billionaire men. Deleting children started from middle-class white men that didn't want their women having their child. Well, that confuses me. That confuses me. That confuses me just a little bit, because if that were true, why did white men push so hard for patriarchy? Meaning wife in the home, wife having children, wife, tending to a man. That's her life. If this is true, what you say, SoCal Dev, then why was there such a hard emphasis on women not having rights and only being used to bear children? That's an interesting perspective. Never heard that one. Never heard that perspective. Deleting children started from middle-class white men that didn't want their women having their child. That totally contradicts everything about how society is structured, how, people are advocating to go back to this traditional way of living. So that's very interesting. But without further ado, I want to go ahead. Sharon or Sharon Bracy, I'm so sorry, babe. What's going on? We got Sharon in the building. Thank you for being here. Oh, my good sir. Oh, wow, we just getting this thing started. We just getting this thing started. I appreciate y'all so much. Okay. Most of that dad might be embellishing a bit much. We'll see. But without further ado, y'all, let's start off with the theme, right? So the theme is challenging me on feminism, right? I believe everybody benefits from feminism. I believe that it is a positive thing for society because it is about equality, right? If you think otherwise, you'll let me know. Black Pro, thank you so much. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, let me check you out. Thank you. We got our first Cash App of the night. Thank you so much. I received that. Thank you. Thank you for being here. You guys, I appreciate the Cash Apps. You can hit the super chat, all of that. Go ahead and send a super chat, a super sticker, all of the things. But all right. So I found this content creator, right? And he's a black man, a black heterosexual black man. And he is doing a series right now called Debunking Misandry. Right? Now, misandry is definitely something that a lot of men use, or a lot of people, I won't even say it's just men, but a lot of people use, right, to describe feminism. It's almost like they're running into each other. And they're not the same thing. And when I came across his videos, I was like, wow, this black man gets it. This black man has a really great understanding of the patriarchy and misogyny and etc. So we're going to start the show just giving a little insight on what the true definitions are, what it means. We'll let it rock, and then we'll get into the other content until somebody would like to come up and challenge anything. I'm going to drop the link. Oh, did you read a comment? I'm sorry. Jazz, why don't you read the... hold on now. Hold on. Y'all getting on me. Hold on. I just see it come up on my phone. I didn't see a comment. Hold on. Oh. Yes. Black Hawk or Black Pro, I'm assuming this is you, with the $10 cash app. He says, patriarchy put Black people in slavery. I'm just saying. The same ideology that was used to put Black people in chains is the same ideology of the patriarchy, you guys. I don't know what to tell you. I know it's hard to believe. But let's just get into it real quick, shall we? So shout out to this guy, Cam James, I believe is his name. And let's just get into what he has to say about the patriarchy. Thank you all for being here. Make sure you're hitting the like button, share button. And make sure you comment. Y'all, I ain't gonna hold you. I went to like a little brunch earlier. You know what I'm saying? I had a little Prosecco. I ain't gonna hold you. I had a little bit. So if I'm a little like, just bear with Auntie tonight, all right? I got my water. Okay. I got my sugar-free cherry ginger ale. All right. Amen. And we go rock out because I'm not drinking no more tonight. That was earlier. It's been hours, but I feel myself like, you know how you feel after you had a drink or two. But anyway, thank y'all for being here. A-Dub, I see you in the building. Coco, baby girl, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to do my best, sis. I'm going to do my best. Thank you for being here. Let me go ahead and get this together. All right, that's how I want to do it. All right, so without further ado, y'all, let's get into this video. Once again, shout out to this content creator, Fax and Cam James. I'm going to turn this music down just a little bit more. And just walk with me. Walk with me. Walk with me on this subject. Just a little bit. Of women. All right. Let's stop it right there. And I'm going to just pause it on. Oh. Uh-oh. Y'all didn't hear it? Why didn't y'all hear it? Oh, shit. Y'all can hear me though, right? Hold on, my bad, y'all. Hold on. Child. I don't know why it's doing that. But let me try it again. Hold on. You hear now? Y'all still can't hear the video? What the hell going on? Hold on. The devil is busy. The devil is busy because the video is not muted on my end, y'all. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. I don't know what could be causing that, but let me make sure I got things right. My bad, y'all. Hold on. I'm sharing the tab. I don't know why it's not letting you hear it, but let me try to fix it. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me try this. I don't know what happened, y'all. Just when you think you got it right. Okay, I'm going to play a little bit of it. Let me know if you can hear it.
Moral authority, social privilege, and control of property. It structures society to prioritize male perspectives, resulting in the oppression or systemic inequality of women. Misogyny is a byproduct and necessary component of patriarchy.
Did y'all hear that? Can y'all hear now? Drop some purple hearts if you can hear it, please. What the heliante? Y'all good? Okay. All right, cool. I'm seeing that y'all say y'all good. All right, so I'm gonna start this over. Okay. I'm gonna start this over and we're gonna start from the beginning. All right, let's go.
Patriarchy gets thrown around a lot in internet discourse, so I'll probably need to give it a definition before we dive deeper. It's defined as, quote, a social, legal, and political system where men hold primary power, dominating roles in political leadership, moral authority, social privilege, and control of property. It structures society to prioritize male perspectives, resulting in the oppression or systemic inequality
of women. Okay, so let's just start right there, right? A lot of times I enter these spaces and I'm in spaces with men who really advocate upholding the patriarchy. They think that it is something that we should all operate under, that it is the best way to raise families, etc. But let's really listen to the definition, right? A social, legal, and political system, where men hold primary power, dominating roles in political leadership, moral authority, social privilege, and control of property. It structures society to prioritize male perspectives, resulting in the oppression or systemic inequality of women. Please, someone tell me right out the gate, why a woman? Why, first of all, why does this need to even be a thing? Why does the patriarchy need to uphold themselves to such political power that they have to oppress a whole part of society, meaning women? And why women? You want us to play a part and play into your patriarchal game, but by your definition of patriarchy, you want to oppress me systemically. You want me to be, you want systemic inequality of women. Now, patriarchy is what started first. So understand, this was the system that everybody thought was normal. Oppressing women for the sake of upholding male leadership was a thing. Why we need to oppress other people to get things done or to get our way as men, I don't know. Y'all let me know that. Why some men need to feel the need to press down on others in order for them to feel lifted up. I don't know. But this is what started. Well, this was integrated into our society, right? Feminism was a response to this. It's a reaction to this. And we'll get into the actual definition. But tell me how patriarchy, if this is the definition, how does this benefit all? How does this benefit everyone involved? It doesn't make sense to me that this is where we want to be, but it doesn't benefit everyone. But then you have a problem with people speaking out against it, but you're not being inclusive. You're deliberately trying to deny equity and equality for certain people just because of their gender. But I'll stop right there. Let's keep going.
Prioritize male perspectives, resulting in the oppression or systemic inequality of women. Misogyny is a byproduct and necessary component of patriarchy. I'll be defining that later. Let me prove the point I made in the intro about America's dominant religion. Honestly, if I need to prove it, you haven't been paying attention for the last few centuries or so. If you're really religious, you need to watch this. If you don't need to be convinced that religions are misogynistic and don't want to hear it, that's what the chapters are here for. Feel free to skip ahead. The supreme being in the universe of every Abrahamic religion is gendered as a man in their official holy books. The Bible, Quran, Torah all do it very often. The first obvious argument from Christians is God refers to himself that way in the books. God as in the Father, not the triple decker entity y'all call the Trinity. I can't really say you're wrong, but it does make it evident that there's some influence from the authors who wrote these scriptures going on. By definition, God is outside of creation, so why would they use a pronoun at all? Many Christians, Jews, and Muslims would counter by saying it was just a sign of the times, which makes my point for me. Others might say, look, Semitic languages kind of default to a male pronoun, and that even though it's in the books, it's just a grammatical convenience. Again, do you hear what you're saying? I understand that it wouldn't be as easy to convert new believers if you referred to God as an it, but all religious experts agree God has no gender. On top of the gendered language, all three religious texts have extremely regressive laws and make clearly misogynistic statements regarding heterosexual relationship dynamics too. I'm going to pick on Christianity because that was the bane of my childhood, but feel free to drop examples from your own religion in the comments. In the Christian Bible, wives are listed alongside a man's property, servants, and livestock as things that shouldn't be coveted in the Ten Commandments. Most importantly, don't covet that ass. The 22nd chapter of Deuteronomy is a gold mine, though. By the way, I'm not reading the King James texts on screen, but I'll put them here so y'all can't say I'm misinterpreting them. Ironically, I have to give a trigger warning for abuse and assault before discussing the Bible. Skip here.
I'm going to pause it right there. So what's interesting to me is that clearly patriarchy is very dangerous. When you look at the definition and you look at what it stands for, right? It's very dangerous, not only to women, but also to men. And then they took that and brought it over to religion to further indoctrinate, to try to bestow power and dominance over other people. Which for me, when you have to do that, when you have to take an ideology and fuse it with a religion, I feel like you're just looking for a reason, like an excuse to indoctrinate people on something problematic and using religion as your way of, saying, yeah, well, the Bible said so. The Bible says so. But look at what we have here. The Bible may have been written by misogynists. So it's like, what do we trust when it comes to this? What can we trust? Because at the end of the day, we should all be adhering to a society that wants to see everybody as equal, wants to see everybody on an even playing field. Nobody should be oppressed or suppressed. But we've been socialized to believe that women are beneath men, and we use the Bible and religion to help us to believe those beliefs. But then on top of that, a lot of people don't even believe in these religions or the religious texts or God for that matter, but they still believe in the patriarchy system. That I found very interesting. Hold on, let's see. Let me read some comments here. Jazz, in the definition of patriarchy, it describes the dominant men in society. Exactly. And I want to know why men feel the need that, why do men feel like they have to dominate other people for a society to run? Keep in mind, guys, I know you all like to say, oh, well, this is how society works. No. There are several societies existing to this day, not in America. Well, I think there is like a little society somewhere in rural America. There are plenty of societies that are not like totally matriarchal, but matrilineal, right? So they don't exalt anybody over anyone. They center the children, right? Make sure however society is being run is for the benefit of the children. It's peaceful for the children. It makes sense for the children. And everybody else has an equal part and equal play in how society is run. Nobody is oppress or suppress or not given the same advantages just based off their gender. And these societies are thriving. They are happy. So if other societies can understand, like, hey, women have value and are able to run societies and able to build societies, what is it about America that finds so much resistance in that? What is it about the American male, whether you are white or black? Because I see a lot of y'all in the chat saying, oh, it's a white man's thing, it's a white man's thing. But black people assimilated right on with it. Y'all got right along with the ideology. There was no pushback. There was no, and just like you said, what's up, Misty? Thank you for being here. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. We're going to keep this thing going. Black Pro says that definition is not for black men because we don't control shit in America. And I get that. But regardless if you control it or not, why were you so eager to assimilate to it? Because y'all can say black men this and it wasn't us, but y'all were okay with it. When you were able, from what I can see, when black men were able to finally have power, right? They looked at what the white man was doing and saw how the white man was operating in their household. Their wives weren't working. They were the breadwinners. This is how they were sought to be the head of the household. Did our community not just go along right with it? Or did we operate from a different way? Because from what I understand, when black men were able to get their rights, black women still didn't have theirs. So that, and I'm not blaming this on anybody. I'm just saying, based on the times, it just seemed like there was like a kind of like an even understanding that, yeah, women in general just don't need rights. Even once black men got theirs, were they super advocating for ours? Why or why not? Why was this system the only system that our people felt was the best system to operate under? And knowing how damaging it is, did we make a mistake? Because you all might argue that we made a mistake aligning with feminism. And we'll get into what the definition of that is. But I can't see how we made a mistake aligning with the idea of everybody being equal. When we were all in chains, that's what we were trying to obtain, right? But when it comes to feminism and us being on the same playing field, we got that wrong. But aligning with patriarchy, where the man is above the man, the man is above the woman, that's where we got it right. Oppressing women is where we got it right. That's where, I don't know. That's what it confuses me under. But I got somebody here. I think hold on. So Aaron, it looks like you're trying to join, but it says device is not connected. Hold on, let me see something. So if you click the link, y'all, it's saying that you got to connect your device, your mic and your cam. And I don't know. Yeah, it's not letting me add you right now. I don't know what's going on with your I don't know what's going on with your link. Oh wait. Okay. I think you're there. All right. So we got somebody that wants to challenge Auntie on this ideology. And you're right, Remington. Thank you for being here. This is no anti-Bible talk. We're just kind of taking a deep dive on these ideologies and how they have crossed paths with Christianity and other religions, and how they all the roads lead to oppressing women. I just want to figure out the why. Right? So without further ado, we got Aaron to the stage. Is that your name, Aaron? Go ahead and come off mic for me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's the name.
Let me give you a round of applause.
Yep. Hey,
Thank you for being here. So let me know what you got to say. We keeping it respectful.
Yeah.
I would love to hear what your thoughts are on what we have tonight. Let's hear it.
So I think having this conversation and listening to different people's breakdown and perspectives, like the brother you have on on the video right there. I it's real hard to have this conversation
Okay.
because you'll have some people that say, well, the patriarchy, you're getting the ideology from the Bible. And the the way that the Bible has been taught, that's the negative stigma that the patriarchy um, has gathered because of
Okay.
the way the Bible has been taught. So it's kind of hard to not to talk about this and not talk about the Bible, but you in order to discuss the Bible, you got to believe in the truth in it and not the way it was philosophized. So I'll put that out there like that because in the because the way the patriarchy is described in the Bible, it's a social and theological structure led by male heads of families, primarily Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who received God's covenant and promises, which is real important there. It signifies a foundation built on fathers focusing on lineage, inheritance, and God's covenant rather than mere oppression. So even so, the difference in that definition and the one that you read earlier, the main thing is it focuses on other things versus oppression. And where the oppression part is coming in at, there's another ethnicity
Hmm.
that have controlled the studying, the way we learn, the
Hmm.
indoctrination that have, and now you have these brothers on YouTube that have these panels that talk down on women and tell our sisters you need to do, you know what I'm saying, they basically adopted what was taught.
Right.
And so what I would say is I would not broad brush all the brothers because
Oh no, not at
even
all.
yeah, even though I believe in the patriarchy, I believe in it in the righteous way. Um, Malcolm X was a patriarch.
Okay.
Um, you had brothers like Fred Hampton was he was a patriarch, and these brothers was not only fighting for the rights of black men, but they were also fighting for the rights and the protection of black women.
Okay.
Um, if you look at the history of Black Wall Street, our sisters had a very important part in running the businesses in Black Wall Street. What
Hmm.
what this government understands is if the black man and the black woman, if they work together like it was meant for them in the scripture to work together, they will challenge us. So div- how can we divide them because together they're too powerful. So we have to split. We have to split the black man and the black woman. We got to find a way to split them.
We got to
You know
find
what
a
I'm
way.
saying?
We have to find a way to split the black man and the black
And
woman.
where they're arguing about this very topic. Well, one of the disagreements is this very topic right here. But because we've been indoctrinated in so many different religions and so many different ideologies, we'll never see eye to eye on this conversation unless we have this conversation like in a you probably would have to have it in like a private chat, a
Hmm.
private panel where you can have logical thinking men, logical thinking women, and then after that, now it comes because I heard the brother say the people who wrote the Bible, but if you study history, the Dead Sea Scrolls, these the the manuscripts was written on was inscribed in stone and transferred to pages. So there was never a book in the beginning anyway. It was all on the Dead Sea Scrolls. But see, that's history that a lot of our people don't know. And so because we don't know that, and it's not our fault, but because we don't know that, we would say, oh, it was a book in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't a book in the beginning.
I got you. So what, okay, because we're so far removed from the scrolls and from like the real reasoning and meaning for the patriarchy. Do you think that feminism now is a problem against patriarchy? Do you feel that when women say they deserve equality and equal rights and bodily autonomy, that is a threat to patriarchy?
So no, it's not a threat to the patriarchy that I ascribe to. The patriarchy that you're describing came from them. Now, look, you know.
But what other patriarchy has our community, you know, have had within our community? Like as the male leaders in our community, what other patriarchy have we seen from our Black leaders and our Black men? It seems like a straight assimilation, because if it is something different, and it isn't about oppressing women, then what other version of patriarchy have we been able to see? I want to read this real quick. It's a super chat. Thank you so much to My Life Your Entertainment. He says some Black men adopting patriarchy was equivalent to the same way grandparents and parents all adopted whipping children from their oppressors. Black people use that form of abuse from slavery as well. Neither is necessary. I also agree with that. Thank you so much for the super chat. What do you think about that?
Well, once again, in the scriptures, it says if you spare the rod, you spoil the child. So again, like it's hard to like. Okay, I see that super chat. I see what they saying in the super chat, but this was going on way before time. You know what I'm saying? So I don't.
What exactly was going on?
Disciplining your children. Like that was going on before slavery. So I don't get where that's coming from. And then even today, and I'm gonna go back to your point on where you said where we seen, but just real quick, we all look and we say, you know what, that child need they behind cut. Don't we say that? If a child is acting out of order, disrespecting the mom and the father in front of public, the first thing we look at like, they ain't tightening that child up at home, man.
Yeah, so I have a very different view on hitting children. I don't believe it's necessary at all. I don't think adults, like if we're adults and we're dealing with children, we should be mature enough, emotionally regulated enough to get that child who is defenseless, who cannot hit back. If they are just learning and figuring things out, there is a way to discipline. Now, I'm not saying a teenager that knows better, that's being disrespectful, you know, if you want to, you know, have some type of physical discipline aspect for a young adult, then we can talk about it. But a child, I don't think it's ever necessary to strike a child.
So when I was a child, I didn't get beat. When I was, you know, when I was young, like maybe 4 or 5, I remember getting pops here and there, but not full on beatings. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? And as I got older, I did get beatings, but you know what? I turned out to be a very respectful Black man.
Yeah, and I think there are several kids that can still turn out great without beating.
But Jazz, what I'm saying is you can't broad brush everybody. You can't
Right.
simply do that, because if you are establishing structure in the home, which I hear that the black men are not doing that, but all praises to the Most High. I'm glad I had my father in my life to do that. If you're not establishing that structure, especially with young men in the
Mm-hmm.
home, they will be running wild in the streets. They will become YNs. And I'm not saying that everybody that grew up in a household with two parents don't become, bad influences out there.
Right.
But there's a good percentage of people that grew up with a mother and a father that established structure in the household. There's a good percentage that turned out okay. You know what I'm saying? So we can't. I don't agree with that. I just don't agree with that, because I think it is necessary, but I think it's just how you apply it. And
Now you have some pushback on the spur of the rod. We have, well, first of all, I want to get into this. Black Pro says white people definition of patriarchy involves having control of everything. Black man version is just to control their women because that's easier in his mind.
nah,
And that's very problematic for me,
yeah.
because why do you need to control your woman in order to what? Feel like a man?
I'm sorry. I don't know what they're talking about, because I don't try to control my woman like that.
Okay. But
You
you
know what I'm
see, there's
saying?
a lot, but right now, like in 2026, I hear nothing but black men, and maybe it is just on the internet, but I
I'm
hear
telling.
nothing but black men advocating to be in full control of their women. They say if
I'm.
they can't control you, they can't
I'm.
protect you. And then they
I'm t-
refer back to the Bible and say, well, the Bible says that in order for me to lead my family, I have to control and protect you. And this is how I have to do it. And usually it's
well, the,
it's an oppressive way. And I'm just trying to figure out,
well, the
where
thing
did the
is, you gotta.
wires get crossed?
The thing is, you gotta know who you're listening to too, because you got a brother right now on YouTube who's claiming to be a Christian and running around trying to hook up with every female he get on his panel. So I mean,
Hold that thought.
hey,
Exactly.
so my thing is, you gotta find the brothers that are, if they're gonna be living by the Bible and quoting the scripture, then that's what it is. But the philosophizing of it is what we have to, like. We have to get that philosophizing, the way it was taught to us and the way it was philosophized to us. We got to erase that, because that's what's causing the confusion when we start talking about the patriarchy and the matriarchy. And the example I can give you is, I know when I was young, I was born in '82, and I know coming up, I used to see my grandfather, his brothers, their cousins. I used to see them work, maintain the field, feed the hogs, feed the cows,
Mm-hmm.
go hunting, and
Mm-hmm.
everything. And while they're doing that, guess who's running the house? Mama, the grandmama. She's running the house. She's making sure the chores are getting done. When we used to have big family gatherings, the hog slaughterings, and this
So
is when I
recently,
this is when I used to eat pork. I don't eat it no more, but when we used to have the big hog slaughters, man, everybody was working together. My grandfather, my great uncles, man, they chopping the hog up. Guess they giving us the meat. Guess where we taking the meat at? We taking it into the house. Guess who's in the kitchen, cleaning, making sure, getting it all prepared.
Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. Do you think that every woman that was in that position actually wanted to be in that position, or were they forced in that position?
From what I seen, they wasn't forced in that position.
Okay. All right,
From,
I'm
but
a
I
read
got
this
one
real
more.
quick
Okay.
because the spare the rod, I think there was a misinterpretation on your stance on that. So it says, Captain Caveman, thank you for being here. He says, spare the rod, spoil the child didn't mean whipping your children, right? What he said was, it says a rod or staff is used to keep sheep in line. If you whip sheep, they will run frantic. A rod or staff is used to guide, not be beaten or whipped. So why do you think so many of us interpret that from the Bible, which is another form, whipping and beating, that was pressed out on us and pressed down from systemic oppression and slavery? Why do you think we still interpret it? Because you just said, like yourself, oh, the Bible says spare the rod, spoil the child. You have interpreted as that's a okay thing to do to a kid, to whip them, when really it's an indoctrination of oppressive patriarchy by way of slavery.
Well, the
That
reason why
that religion has misused and mishandled clearly.
so first of all, the scriptures is not a religion. Second of all, um, he's totally wrong because even in the old days, if you broke the commandments, you would be put to death. And there were instances where a child would break the Sabbath. They would break the covenant of the Sabbath, and they would be put to death. So that spare the rod, spoil the child. That's coming from keeping your house in order, keeping your children in order. So he's wrong on that. And like I said, we could pull up the scriptures and we could and if you want to challenge me on it, we could go in the scriptures and we could pull that up. Second, all I want to say is my grandfather, both of them fought in the Vietnam War. They came from the Vietnam War and they had to face extreme racism, right? And the men in the community had a standoff with the KKK. So that's another thing too, where I don't want my woman on the front line facing a threat when it's been embedded in me to protect my woman, to protect my family. So I guess we have to, if we're going to talk about if we're going to talk down on the patriarchy, then where does the protection come from?
Well,
Like,
you don't.
like do
Well,
the women?
historically speaking, women were protectors of their households. Women were working alongside men with babies on their backs and spears and arrows, going out, getting game and getting large board to bring back to cook. I think patriarchy has socialized men to believe that women are weak and are incapable of doing the things that men can. I'm not saying that we're stronger, but we are just as capable. And I think that's the dangerous part, because patriarchy makes y'all believe that they
No,
can't do it. They can't do it without us. And then when women say, actually, we
I,
can do it and we can do it with you,
I
right?
think that no, I think that's the dangerous part because I don't think the way you're saying it, the way you're talking, a lot of women feel like I don't need you to do this, and
Well,
that's
some women,
hold on, but that's the dangerous part because
why?
where we do need each other. You do the women just like the man needs the women for certain things. The women needs the man for certain things, and we can't
Listen,
sit.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree that we need each other, like intrinsically, like as humans. But to say that women are doomed if they are not protected by a man, when, walk with me now, do you know what the number one unaliver of a woman is? Do you know, like, what is the number one thing? If it's not the one, it's the two. I think it may be an internal disease, but the number one unaliver of women is a man. So
Look,
while you say patriarchy protects, how, when the data and the stats show that 9 times out of 10, we may be not protected around a man, which is why men say,
Hold on.
which is why men say, which is why some men say, you're not safe walking down the street at night. If men were such protectors, we would feel safe at night, right?
You asked me to give you an example. And so I gave you an example. Now, that example wasn't to say that women can't shoot guns or women don't know how to protect themselves. But there, at that time, when you had the KKK running around and you had men in the community, it was their duty to protect the community also on the front line. And then you had the women on the behind the man, also a line of protection. But to sit here and take me just saying how the men in the community came together to have a standoff with the KKK. Oh, so now you're saying women can't protect themselves?
No, I'm not saying that's what you're saying. But what I'm saying is you're not acknowledging the fact that women were standing right next to those men. Women were also standing next to the Panthers. Women were also organizing to fight against the KKK, if not more. So what I'm saying is it wasn't. And my thing is, you're saying that, oh, Black men, we were the ones in front and fighting against, but at the same time, you were still finding a way to oppress your own women. So I'm trying to understand.
I think you're wrong right there. We wasn't finding a way to oppress our women. It was just our duty to be on the front line. And I hear it all the time, like, oh man, why he ain't step in and fight for it? Why he ain't step in and fight for his woman? Like we can't have we can't have it one way, and we can't. We gotta look at this thing and be 100 with it. Like back in those days, yeah, you had women that was standing alongside men, but when it came to the actual front lines, you had the men up front. We're going to protect our house. I don't get why that's a bad thing. And it wasn't. No. But you're saying that it's oppressive to the women when it's really not. It's not oppressive. It's doing what is in your nature to protect your woman and your household. And
that's not the aspect of oppression I was talking about. While we all had the same plight, right? As Black people going against the KKK and systemic oppression, Black women were still overlooked when it came to our rights.
No, you wasn't.
Y'all got rights before we did. Black men obtained their rights before Black women did, and Black women had to go outside of Black men, and fight for rights alongside white women that didn't want us to have rights.
Like I said,
so while you were fighting for your role in a patriarch, were you really doing that to uplift everybody in your community, or was that just to obtain your power?
See, this is what I'm talking about. Look up. I said, look up Black Wall Street.
Hold on 1 second. Let me read this super chat. So my Life Your Entertainment says that's also capped. There were families in the South along with Black Panthers, i.e. Angela Davis, also fighting the KKK. I'm sure you can acknowledge that, right?
Yeah, I already acknowledged that earlier. That's what I'm saying. I acknowledged it when I said, if you look up the Black Wall Street, you'll see that women played they were running businesses just like the Black men. They were making money. Everybody, Black men and Black women were working together. I said that earlier. And I said right after that, that's when the government looked at that and was like, hey, they are undefeatable together. If they're together, we won't be, they'll surpass us, them working together like that. Even in Rosewood, when they burnt down when they destroyed Rosewood, the same thing was going on then. That's why I'm saying, we gotta, you're taking the white man's ideology and you're applying it to all Black men.
when it don't apply to all black men because we know how to work with our women.
But are we doing that now? And how long were we actually doing that? If you're saying that black men were not assimilating to this white ideology of patriarchy, then what does the black patriarchy look like right now when there are so many black men, so many black, not all of you, but there are so many that are just fine with the idea of women being oppressed, women being inferior to men, women not having bodily autonomy. Where did the wires get crossed as to why we had to continuously align with an oppressive ideology even as black people? Because I don't know what a black patriarch looks like.
Jazz,
I'm just saying, I don't know what
I know what you're just saying, but I feel like you're getting what you're seeing online and you're applying that to the whole.
But I hear grandmothers too. I hear grandmothers too also say how when they were younger, they couldn't have a bank account, they couldn't do anything, and their men were okay with that. And that's why I asked you earlier when you talked about the woman being in the house, did she choose that, or was that a forced doctrine? You know what I'm saying? You need a man to survive. You're gonna be the woman that I, help, and I'm gonna impregnate you and keep you pregnant, and I'm gonna do whatever. This was also a thing as soon as almost like right after, Jim Crow and all of that. The assimilation with the white patriarchy was just as abundant.
The thing is,
I didn't see a lot of.
The thing is, when I was 4 and 5, I didn't know to ask my grandma that question. I just seen how they work together.
Okay, I
you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know to go to my grandma and say, "Grandma, is Granddaddy making you do this in the kitchen?"
And that's a perfect point. A lot of people did not ask their grandmas.
And I know
not talk to their grandmothers and assume that just because you saw your grandmother enduring that was enjoyable for her. And
I tell you what.
Women in certain situations that they don't want to be in,
but I know,
ask them.
That's you can't speak for everybody, and I know my grandma. I know my grandma showed love to her family. My grandma and my granddaddy was together until they died.
God bless.
You know what I'm saying? So
when she started seeing her grandchildren, when she started seeing her great grands, my grandma was happy.
Happy every Christmas, happy every Thanksgiving.
All I'm saying is, if your grandmother was alive today.
So the thing is, we can't sit here and talk on that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know your family just like you don't know my family. But the only thing I could tell you is what I seen. And what I seen was happiness. That's what I seen. Now, of course, everybody have husbands and wives, we have our disagreements. I mean, that happens. Like, we can't sit here and say that don't happen. But the one thing I know is that after the arguments and after the disagreements, they came together for the children. Same with my mother and father.
They used to argue, but they would come together.
They would come together for the children, and they're still together. So I get. That's why I say this argument is hard. This argument is difficult because you're going to have people coming from different walks that's going to say, "Jazz, you're completely wrong about that."
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I understand this is a very, very touchy subject because a lot of men, root their masculinity in the ideology of the patriarchy. It's I'm in control, I'm the head, I'm bigger, I'm better, I'm stronger.
No. A lot of men like me are like, that's my helpmeet. We do things together. We sit down. Hey, look, if there's something that we're struggling to make a decision on, well, let's just look at it logically. Like, what makes sense? See, there's men like that out there too. That needs to be recognized. And that needs to be recognized. But the other part too is you can't have people tearing the Bible down based off of white man's philosophy on it.
And that's
You
what.
think that's what the gentleman in the video that I'm playing?
Oh yeah, and there's probably other people that's gonna there's probably other people that agree with him too, but it's like nah.
You know what I'm saying? You're still taking the philosophy of what of how they taught us the Bible.
Okay. Well,
So
Aaron, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go because we got to keep the show moving, my love. But I appreciate you for bringing me a little bit of smoke. I'm gonna think about some things that you said tonight because I appreciate the engagement. My goal is to kind of do an unlearning, because there is a very toxic way of looking at patriarchy and masculinity right now that does oppress women in 2026. And a lot of times they try to use things of the past and things, in history to try to justify what they want to do now. And that's what I'm trying to get to the core of.
I feel you. And I'm gonna say this before I go. The
Okay.
unlearning, that unlearning is a good word. The unlearning is a good word because as soon as we can unlearn what they taught us, then you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So that's why I have the pushback, because I know, or I have an idea of where you're coming from because of the way we were taught. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta unlearn all that.
I agree. And we're gonna unlearn this thing together.
All right.
We go figure it out together. Thank you for joining. Don't go nowhere. You can still be here, hang out in the chat. But we're gonna keep this thing moving, okay? Thank you so much, Aaron. I'll see you next time. Well, that was my first little smoke, you know what I'm saying? Look at Capping this little topic getting you a little riled up. Shout out to Aaron. Thank you so much for engaging with me. Smoke show. He put a little pressure on. He put a little pressure in the pressure room. But I think Aaron might be under a lot of there's some socialization there, as it pertains to the Bible. And like Captain has said, the Bible has already been torn down. And I think that's what the guy in the video is doing, because he was also under a heavy indoctrination of religion. And when you start to look at it and rip it and pick it apart, right, there's a lot of harmful ideologies within the Bible that now has been put in the hands of man that we now want to see pressed upon the people. And that I'm okay with tearing down the Bible, not tearing it down in a negative way, but really diving into it instead of just believing every word, every passage, especially when it's been rewritten by so many different people, so many different times. We do need to take some time to really dig into it and find out what the truth is and what we need to pull from it as it pertains to our people. Because some might say, who wrote the Bible? Was it a white man? And if it was a white man and he's in control, should we even be bothered with, believing it? I don't know. But I'm going to keep it moving. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you're hitting the like button. We just hanging out. I'm going to get through this second video real quick because he's going to break down what feminism is, right? And we're going to see what he's talking about. Thank y'all so much. Make sure you hit that like button. Ask me some questions down in the chat. Let me know if you got some pressure.
But some of y'all produced examples from Islam and Judaism too. I also use my own journey to help connect with men by identifying some of the ways I've been misogynistic, even within the last year. It was mostly love in the comments, but some Black men were not trying to hear that noise.
And this is what I want to get into. This is why I really liked his video, because he is a Black man, a Black straight man, addressing other Black men about the harmful ways of the patriarchy. And him just even talking about misogyny, talking about patriarchy, defending feminism, meaning like defending women's rights, it triggers Black men so much. And if Black men, right, if we are not under the white man's patriarchy, then why are you so quick to defend that shit? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Some comments were brief and angry. More than one person directly called me homosexual, while one person left a supportive novel. Welcome to my job. To those who didn't like it, I'm glad y'all spoke up, because now I got a lot of comments to go through and debunk one by one. This is my favorite thing to do. I'm a fact checker at heart. Let's explore all the negativity, the myth of the man-hating feminists, and the misconceptions around feminism itself. In the intro of that prior video, I said this. For anybody who's tempted to dismiss this as the rant of a male feminist, you're right. You know what's on my side, though? The facts. And it didn't go over well with a couple of y'all. Let's take a deeper look into the reasons why. These first two comments match, essentially saying that I lost y'all by claiming I'm a feminist. You must be new here. That isn't some new revelation, but let's roll with it. We got to define feminism based on what it actually means, not how y'all warp the word to fit your narrative.
We have to say what feminism is by what it actually means, not by your warped narratives. This is important.
Britannica defines it as follows: the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes.
Boom. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'm trying to understand. Let me make it bigger so you can read that. Feminism is the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. My question is, who would have an issue with that? I'm trying to understand. Okay, we got somebody in here. You're familiar with this content creator. I just discovered him like yesterday or today. You say he lost you. How has he lost you when it comes to this? What could you have against the social, economic, and political equality of the sexes? I want to know what's wrong about that. What's wrong with that? I really want to know what could be so wrong with having equality in this way amongst the sexes. How does that harm men at large?
The challenge I posit to every single person who pushes back on men being feminists is this: pick a part of that definition to disagree with and defend your position. Is it the social, economic, or political equality that rubs you the wrong way? You can't attack this definition without being sexist. And that's my entire point. In order to actually score points in a debate, you need to come up with your own definition, like this bot did. I'm not calling them a bot as a joke. This is literally a bot. I'm only engaging with...
Okay, let's pause it real quick. Hold on. And thank y'all so much for being here. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the likes and the shares. Look, 106 and Parched. That's a funny name. It's not necessarily that I'm against it, but it has created a power dynamic friction amongst the sexes that I feel we may never bounce back from. In what way? What power do women have over men? I'll wait. What is the power dynamic? What is this power dynamic friction that the men are feeling all of a sudden because women have equal rights? We still... There's barely any women up in that White House, in Congress, making laws, right? Where are we dominating men? Where are we taking things away from men just because we have rights? What is the power dynamic? I'm confused about that. I'm very, very confused about that. One of his parts. He said, in the workforce, it's very prevalent. How? When most of the workforce is predominantly ran by men, is it not? When y'all always say, when you go to work, you submit to your boss, you automatically assume, even in your language, that there's a man that's leading her at her job. You never assume it's a woman. So what are the power dynamics that women are having over men in the workplace? I'm very confused. And that's where I'm trying to get at. And thank you for saying that, because I hear this a lot. It's a power thing. What power are women taking away from men today? When men are the ones sitting at a table discussing if women should be able to vote or not, if we should be able to choose for our own bodies or not. Women aren't sitting at tables discussing things about men and men's health care and whether or not you should have it or not, or have access to it. So what is the power dynamic that men are struggling with now that women have autonomy? Please let me know, because I don't see it. It just sounds like the time where men had total dominance is where their ego felt the best, right? It was about, I'm in charge. Then when women came in, now you see it's a little bit of competition. Now you feel like somebody is here trying to do it. A woman is here trying to. You already reduce her to just being a woman that should just only be, for you for whatever reason. But us entering the workforce, us having autonomy, how did that harm men? How is it harming men today? When we're just trying to mind our business. You know what I'm saying? I'm confused by that. Thank you for engaging. He says, well, in my personal corporate career, if I had to report a Black woman as my manager, it was not a pleasant work experience. Oh, if you have to report to a Black woman manager. And you know what? I've heard that before. But that's very anecdotal. I'm talking about en masse. En masse. How has this harmed men at large? Hold on. Is that who I think it is? Oh, wait. Taz, did you just try to hit the link? What happened? Come on back, Taz. I saw you. I don't know what just happened, but thank you for pulling up. Thank you. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's an anecdotal experience in your workplace. At large, though, despite having a few hiccups at work with your manager, systemically, how is feminism harming women? Harming men?
With this bullshit, because the point is similar to what some other people said later. Taking the edge off said, quote, male feminists are just the patriarchy hiding behind soft words, end quote. That would imply that it's brave to stand your ground and back the patriarchy proudly, right? But that's the majority position in America and always has been. So who's really taking a risk? You did this to yourself. Let's take a look at your profile. Oh no. Typical white alpha male cartoon avatar, which means this is probably a foreign incel. The same video twice.
It's all good, Taz. Thank you for pulling up. Thank you for being here. We're a little off of the hot topics for right now, but I appreciate you for engaging, bro. For real.
Twice with different font on the thumbnails. Let's watch a little bit of this bot video.
The subtle genius of this propaganda lay in its ability to make women believe that the art of homemaking was a place of stifling oppression, positioning the workplace as their real stage for liberation. This was a calculated...
Hold on, let me read this super chat real quick because it's interesting. Mr. Marcus says, thank you for this $5 super chat. He says, should children be equal with their parents? Why? Is it solely based on age? Can a kid say, Mom, we're equal? Is that right? They are equal as human beings. Absolutely. Just because a child is a child doesn't mean that they are inferior to me. They need my covering. They need my guidance because I'm the adult. But that's still a human being. That's why I don't believe in striking a child just because they make you mad. Because you're not going to haul off and strike an adult when they make you mad, right? You're able to self-regulate and have self-control when there's somebody doing something, talking something, misbehaving, even disrespecting you. You're not quick to do that. But with a child, because you know they're defenseless and you know that they can't whoop your ass, you want to resort to violence. And I'm not here to tell nobody how to raise their kids or what you do. I don't have kids yet, okay? I'm around a lot of kids. But I've always had the mindset like, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. Now, if you got a hitting kid, a little hit on the wrist, I get that, because you want to give you want to show them by example. You know what I'm saying? You want to teach them by example. But just them being kids and they're pissing you off and you haul off and hit them. No, it's something going on with you. So yeah, I do agree that children, they're human beings. So what makes them less than a human being than I am? Is it because of their age? Why don't you feel that way?
Moved by capitalist forces that saw an opportunity to harness women's labor in the workforce to further fuel economic growth.
AI voiceover throughout, and the central message is that feminism is actually co-opted by corporations that want more workers to exploit. So therefore, quote unquote, modern feminism isn't as pure as the definition I gave y'all earlier. The claim hinges on the belief that feminists just want to be the patriarchy, and they've been tricked by corporations to fight for equal rights. Thinking women are being tricked into feminism by some kind of false flag operation is actually more sexist. Congratulations. I get the suspicion that corporations are trying to co-opt the movement. I understand that. They try to co-opt every movement. That's what capitalism does. There just isn't any evidence that those attempts are responsible for what you call modern feminism. The Supreme Court, responsible for removing their right to control their own reproductive systems, is mostly male and mostly conservative, which means almost all of them uphold the patriarchy at every opportunity. You know what would never happen? A court telling me what to do with my dick. Oh, but you think you own that baby inside a woman because you helped with half the DNA before her 9-month gestational nightmare? And instead of talking these differences out with your partner, you want to create a legal environment where 9 states can ban abortions with no exception for incest or rape. Interesting. This dude said women are up on all fronts in 2026. White men make up about 35% of the US population, while Black women make up about 7.4% of the US population. Here's the percentage of VP roles and C-suite positions each of them fill. Looking hella lopsided, right? Yeah, I thought so too. And since I know you're gonna ask, this is a distribution between Black men and Black women, specifically in the C-suite. Each block represents 1 unit of representation, or 1 percentage point. We got one more. I'm pointing this out because one of y'all said Black men are going through more than Black women right now. Economically, that's highly unlikely. We're promoted more often, disciplined less harshly, and operate under fewer societal restrictions since we live in a patriarchy.
And this is my point, y'all. This is my point. Where are women winning? Where? I'm just trying. Let me rephrase that. Where are women winning over men to the point where men are not? I haven't found that out yet. But we're going to take a little pause here. I'm gonna let it cook for just a little bit more. Well, no, we're gonna switch it up because I want to get into the Latto situation as well and get into the hot topics as well. But I wanted to start the show off to put the premise of what the theme of tonight's show is. If you got pressure and pushback on what feminism is, then let me know. Because right now, the patriarchy is what seems to be the most problematic. If you got any issue with how society is being ran today, you should be pissed at the patriarchy. Because feminism is literally just a response to that. Patriarchy says you're down here. Feminism says, actually, we're both here. And so now people in the patriarchy are like, no, I still want to be inferior to you or superior to you. Ask yourself, why? Why do you need that in order for society to thrive? And don't hit me with the, well, other societies, they fail if it's not under patriarchy. That's not true. That's not true. But let's keep it moving, y'all. I want to go ahead and get into, hold on, there's another super chat. Let's see. My Life Your Entertainment said, if a kid is a 17-year-old Kobe Bryant or 18-year-old LeBron James, they are equal to above their parents. They became their parents, Raven Simone, as well. I don't know what you mean by that, but thank you for the super chat. What you say, Captain? I guess what people want to know, Jazz, do you see yourself with a gynarchy mindset or a matriarch mindset? I've never even heard of gynarchy. What's that? That's a new one for me. I don't even know what that means. Mr. Marcus says, because it lacks common sense for real, but how we equal when I taught you everything you know, how to walk, talk, eat, sleep, go in and come out. We ain't equal, kid. Just because you are rearing and raising someone doesn't mean you just reduce them to like nothingness. Just because like, yeah, I taught you everything you know. Because now it sounds like you feel like they owe you something. You bring a child into the life. They didn't have to be here. You know, they didn't ask to be here. They didn't force you to have a kid. You had the kid. You know what I mean? So now you're saying we're not equal because I taught you everything. That was your choice. But just because you teach somebody still doesn't make you superior than them. I don't get that one. I don't get that mindset at all. No. Don't our parents say that they want their kids to be better than them? You know what I'm saying? Like I want you to become better than me and all this and that. So either way you slice it, for me, I think we can treat kids as equal human beings like we treat other people. Because what do you say? You know, like, I don't know. I don't get that. Quan, what you say? Shout out to us patriarchs holding our households down with lovely, beautiful matriarchs. Okay. Shout out to y'all. Listen, as long as it's peaceful, as long as it ain't oppressive, go off. Go off. I love that for you. But let's go ahead and take a pause on the feminism and patriarchy. The link is in the chat. Let me know if y'all want to come up and talk more about it. But I want to get into the next video real quick. I hope you guys are enjoying the shizzo. Hey, what's been going on with y'all boy Ton Dog? Y'all want to talk about him? He into it with everybody, okay? Let's see. Oh, hold on. You owe your mother and father huge respect, reverence, honor forever and forever. I agree that we should definitely honor our mother and father, but do we owe them? That's a conversation for another day. That's another conversation for another day. I don't know if y'all ready for my thoughts on that. That's a conversation for another day. But I want to get into this Latto situation because I find it very interesting that this young lady, right, who we all know is a rapper, and her whole brand was just hold on, what the heck? Here we go. Her whole brand was literally based on, okay, y'all, Latto just not being a baby mama, not, having kids out of wedlock, having a low body count. And now we see it's the complete opposite. And then on top of that, apparently who she's pregnant by, now she's supposedly with this man, 21 Savage, who is not from America. Apparently he's married or has been married, and they were dating while they were married. Now, remember, she kept her man very quiet, very out the way. We never really knew. We only speculated. And now it has been confirmed. Not only is she pregnant, she's pregnant by him. We know that because in the reveal, he put his hand on the belly, the tattoos matched up, blah, 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 blah. But I just don't understand. I just don't understand how some women can go so hard on framing themselves and even talking down on other women about certain ways that women behave, and then you end up just being the exact same way. What do y'all think about that? Let's watch.
Confirmed her pregnancy, and now fans are putting everything together, from 21 Savage being in the teaser to the matching tattoo to even his wife liking the video, and a lot of people feel like it's getting messy. So Latto officially confirmed that she's pregnant in her album teaser called Business and Personal, and that alone had the internet going crazy last night. Now, this rumor has been going around since December, and once the internet say that somebody is pregnant, it got to be true. So, anyways, when Latto dropped her video for business and personal, she left little hints in the video, so people noticed that in the scrapbook, you can see her in 21 Savage. When she was sitting down painting, you can see the little sword on her back that...
As a matter of fact, y'all, my bad. I meant to do this first. I want to actually pull up the video of her owning it, right? Because in that video, it was very inconspicuous. Like, she was being very, leaving the people guessing. But I'm going to tell you one thing. When I saw that video of them ankles, when she came out and was talking about Big Mama this and Big Mama that, I know pregnant ankles when I see them. And if anybody didn't think that lady was pregnant when she did that, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. But let's watch. I want to share this one instead first. Let's watch how she did her reveal. Can y'all see it? Okay, cool. Why is it not playing the sound now? Don't piss me off. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Baby steps to go the distance.
Hold on.
Home to the studio back home. Listening to every beat, feeling every kick. Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed of having my own. Big mama. But this time, the stakes way bigger. Now it's on me to deliver.
So not only was this like a rollout of her new album, but it was also like insinuating a pregnancy reveal. At first, everybody was just like, she's trolling, because apparently that's what Latto does. I like Latto. I don't really listen to her music like that, but I'll vibe out to, I'll vibe out to some Latto. And then she released this, right?
At the end of the day, Maybach, that's the big.
So she's letting it be known that I'm pregnant, y'all. I'm pregnant by this married man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. That's my man. We all know Latto loves her man. But I just find it very interesting because is this a little hypocritical of her? Do y'all think it's a little hypocritical? And do you think feminism has something to do with her decision making? Is this what y'all gripe is sometimes? Right? Is this what y'all gripe is with feminism? Do you all feel like that feminism gives women too many opportunities to do shit like this? That isn't really necessarily the best way for women to behave, and et cetera, et cetera. What y'all think? But let me get back to the video we were watching, so we could just learn more about it. Cause like Latto, what's going on, girl? What's going on, girl? Ooh, see, here go Remington. That's how you feel, Remington? He said, feminism has encouraged y'all to be thoughts. Is that what it is? Where's your proof of this? Where's your proof? Is it feminism? Because I thought, having sex with married men is a tale as old as time. It's a tale as old as time, ain't it? You know what I'm saying? Papa was a Rolling Stone. What encouraged that? I don't know.
Savage's head. And not only that, 21 Savage was in the teaser video. We seen him grab her belly. Everybody put two and two together and figured it was him by the hand tattoos. She's steady hiding him, but everybody already knows that, they are together, especially when she did a little interview with TMZ, and when they asked her if she was dating 21 Savage, she said, "My man, my man, my man." And that's not all, y'all. Here's where things get messy. 21 Savage's wife, Kiana, liked the video of Latto teasing that she was pregnant and that she is dropping an album. And it's just weird because, he's supposed to be married to Kiana. They have 3 kids together, but he's dating Latto and they have a baby on the way. Like, the whole situation is just messy. Now, even though this is messy, it also has everyone thinking, like, is she okay with this? Did she really marry 21 Savage just so he could get his citizenship, so she really doesn't care about it? Like, what's going on? Now, I will say this. Latto is very strategic, especially when it comes to...
Now, I'm confused. I'm confused on the whole, he just married her for citizenship, because at the end of the day, if it was just for citizenship, why start a whole family? That's where that's where I have questions. If it was just for citizenship and you just needed the paperwork, why have not 1, not 2, but 3 kids with that woman? And then on top of that, not even publicly claim Latto. Because I can understand an arrangement. I can understand an arrangement. I can understand, you know what I'm saying? You need to get your papers. You know what I'm saying? You find a woman that is okay, that is an American citizen, that is okay with that arrangement. She helps you get your green card. Okay. But they started a whole family, it seems. And so I'm just wondering what was going on with Latto's mindset, especially when she built her brand on not being this. She built her whole entire brand on being the untouched one, the one that's out the way. But now you're in this realm of being another statistic, an unwed baby mother of a married man, allegedly.
Her rollout, but confirming a pregnancy is a big move, so it doesn't just feel like a promo. It feels like, she's giving us something with the promo, like, everybody was already speculating that she was pregnant, and she confirmed it. Not only that, there was a picture that came out, I think on Latto's TikTok page or Instagram page, and it was a picture of her with a belly that a lot of people were saying was a prosthetic belly, and it seems like it was her real belly, because if you watch the music video, you can see her with that same exact outfit showing off her belly. But I would like to know you guys' thoughts and opinions on this. Latto is getting a lot of congratulations, but she is also...
And I know a lot of people are mad that she's getting a lot of pushback. There are a lot of women who feel like this is not the right way that you should be presenting yourself, especially if that's not what you built your whole brand on. You said what, Ellis? Women just be yapping, and this proves it. Listen, I don't have no pushback on that. You might be a little right on that. Or maybe how artists come out and the image that they put out is not truly how they living. And we know that all the time. There's a lot of rappers out here, that's where they bang, bang, shoot them up, gang, gang. And are not the case at all. Okay? Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you hitting that like button. What you say, Remington? Feminist says you can do whatever you want to do as a woman with no repercussions. What repercussions do you feel that women should get, Remington? What kind of repercussions do you think Latto should get? Right? For being knocked up by a married man. What do you think should happen to her?
Facing a lot of backlash because she is pregnant by a married man that has 3 kids. But like I said, I would like to know you guys' thoughts and opinions down in the comment section below. How do you guys feel about Latto confirming her pregnancy?
I'm very nervous.
That's her song. It don't work.
Y'all, this is her she was on live recently. This is her finally revealing her pregnant belly in the studio, announcing when her album's coming out, etc., etc. And for me, something's weird about it. I don't know what. Something's a little off.
It's her fucking song.
Hey!
When they be doing that shit to me, I be emailing this girl like,
I'm really nervous.
I'm a fucking shit. I'm a fucking DJ. Let me post it.
Literally, gang.
It's working out.
Hell yeah, it's working. I can hear.
And I really like that you said that, Captain Caveman, because a lot of times you hear men say, well, she let me do it. She let me do it. But you didn't have to drop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't have to drop the seed, right? He was also a married man with children, et cetera, et cetera. He chose to drop it there. I'm glad you say that, because sometimes dudes are stupid enough to just drop it anyway, regardless of what happened.
Yeah, what's up, nigga?
Hey! I don't even know what to say, y'all. Thank y'all for all the congratulations. Business and Personal out now. Big Mama, the album, May 29th. I'm Big Mama. For real. Big Mama, one kid. Okay, play the song, because I don't have anything else to say.
Big Mama, one kid. Big Mama, one kid. I wonder where the music is gonna go now. I wonder where the music is gonna go now. I feel like now the whole brand is gonna have to change. You know what I'm saying? It was, Big Mama, no kid. So I wonder where now the music is gonna go. Where is the brand gonna go? Because we can't keep pulling on the I'm the untouchable one. You literally just fell into a situation to be dragged. Unfortunately. I'm not here to drag Latto. Congratulations to her. I just feel like you're at the top of your career, you're at your prime, you're doing your thing, and now we're getting knocked up by another married man that's in the industry. For what? You know what I'm saying? For what?
I can live in freedom now. I've been just in the house, working in the grill.
Do y'all think she's really happy about this? Do y'all think she's really happy about this situation? It seems like she needs to be, for the sake of the brand. But I don't know. I feel a little weirdness there. I don't know. Girls be the ones talk about leave it in. I swear to God, oh God, I don't know nothing about that. Can't you leave it in with a condom on? What you say, Remington? Look at the statistics of children born out of wedlock before and after feminism. Well, wedlock wasn't really a big thing. You know what I'm saying? When you want to talk about like the breakdown of our families, did you know, like, I know a lot of people say, black women pushed out the black men for welfare, as if welfare was making black women rich, which they weren't. But the men could have stayed in the house had they married that woman in that house with them kids. That was the stipulation. You can have a man in the house, but that got to be your husband. Why do y'all think we weren't getting married up that fast, since we care about the family unit so much, even back then, when unfortunately we were given the ultimatum? Why weren't we going to jump the broom as fast to stay within our households? Because a lot of women during that time, they finessed the system and kept that man in that house, even though they were still receiving welfare. They were able to finesse. You know what I'm saying? So there's something to I don't know. That's just something to think about.
Hey. What they say? Y'all some nosy motherfuckers. Business and personal. Y'all, thank y'all. I already cried. I ain't doing no more crying. I'm a gangster. I'm a mother first, and I'm a gangster right now.
So y'all, it looks like she's doing her thing. I just feel like I don't know if the timing was great. I hope that it works out for her and her child and with the 21 Savage things, because at this point, I just feel like, girl, you might be doomed. You might be doomed a little bit. I don't want to see you out here looking crazy, you know, and feeling away because you decided to have this child with a man, regardless of why he's married or not. Just even being pregnant by a man that is attached to a woman in that way, I feel like it'll make it harder for her. No? I feel it will, you know, it's just making your life a little bit harder than it needs to be. I want to play a little bit of how people were responding.
Marriage. Like, she just went against her. And so,
because there are a lot of women, to my surprise, that were totally against this. Totally against this. So let's get into it. And shout out to that last creator. Oh my God, I forgot to shout it out. The last video I played was from All Access Media, you guys. Shout out to All Access Media. Now we are going to play this one by my girl Destiny Ute. Love her content. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to her. We're just going to react to her reacting to other people reacting to Latto, because what they said, it's a lot of different, you know, perspectives on it.
they tell you what they tell everyone else. We need an offering. You know, pick what you want to give. And a lot of them go this route. You know, they love their family. They don't want to give them up. So they go this route. They don't know this person. This is a random person. You know, it's easy to just do this. But I know a lot of people who gave a lot, whether it was their mother or this or something else, their soul, their whole, they gave a lot, and it still didn't get them where they wanted to be. So this is career suicide. She just went against everything that she rapped about. And the deeper meaning of this all is to push this type of bullshit on you, on young, impressionable women.
Do y'all really believe that? Do you all believe that she is being put out in the media like this to impress upon other women? Because I'm not impressed by this. I'm not impressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear a lot of people say, oh, and this is what y'all look up to. I don't look up to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't like we kiki and hee to the music, but look up to. But do you think it's purposely done to impress upon young women to have babies in this way? Do you really think that's the agenda there?
It's to push that it's okay to be a married man's whore, to be nothing more than a sneaky link, to be sucking peen under the bleachers and hiding and, you know, no commitment and baby mama, blah, blah, blah. That's why she's doing this. If Latto had never signed to a major label, she wouldn't be doing this. But this is what comes along with that level up. I continue to tell you that her and 21 Savage are not a real relationship. He is here to initiate her. It just is.
Now, this girl had she was going down a rabbit hole. She think it's more so industry sacrificial type of stuff. They got to put, you know, y'all know the conspiracies around that. You got to do certain things to gain certain things in the industry. She is of the thinking that 21 Savage is an initiator. She's just here to infiltrate the industry and negatively impress upon the youth. I don't know. She thinks if she wasn't in the industry, Latto wouldn't do this. What do y'all think? Do y'all think Latto is just like this? Or is she really being pushed by the machine that she's working under?
What it is. But she cannot blame Nikki when this doesn't work out for her, because it's not going to work out for her. The only people who will support her are people who live like this. Anybody with self-esteem and self-respect are not going to continue to support Latto. It's bad enough she's been rolling around as a white passing woman in a black scent. This is her final losing ticket. And I see it so much with artists who want it.
Hold on, let me address the super chat. Thank you so much. My Life Your Entertainment says Latto took the Cardi B bait. Now her music is going to go sound just like hers. Baby mama messing with the married man, etc. It's a humiliation ritual. Oh my God. Damn. And you know what else is interesting about this? Because the rollout of her album, the announcing of the pregnancy, and then also the cheetah. Isn't there something else with the cheetah print and the leopard print and like the feline or something when it comes to like rituals in the industry and whatnot? So this is a humiliation ritual. See, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I felt a weird energy when she was announcing the pregnancy. Something about it didn't feel light. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Let's see. Remington again says, why, and we wonder why almost 80% of Black children are born out of wedlock. This is what they look up to. We got to fix that, y'all. I ain't going to hold you. We got to fix that. Now, I like this perspective. Oh, wait a minute. Thank you for the super chat to Genius for the Wi-Fi. Thank you, sir. I hope it's okay. I hope it's doing a little better tonight. I do agree with that. Latto doing well for herself. People can't just let folks just live. I agree. Because I don't know this lady. I don't know these people. I don't know what they thinking about. I don't know what they doing. I just don't like the optics. I don't like the optics. I don't like the optics of it. She's a young woman. She's at her prime. She's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look. And y'all know I love the girls. But to participate in this kind of nonsense, I am against laying around, fucking around, playing around with someone that is attached to another woman. It just, what is the benefit in that?
So bad that they don't even read the contract. They don't even listen to the deal that they're being given. They just want it so bad. And on her struggle, hike to the top, she just eliminated herself from the game. This is not going to work out for her. Goodbye, Latto. This is your final losing ticket.
And Latto, baby, it's not really an announcement if we already knew. It's not really an announcement if the tea was already spilled, sister. You can say the Dr. Seuss riddles in the goddamn Morse.
Another super chat. Thank you so much. Omni Design Studio says, I don't see any other race of women doing this. Yes, it's being pushed to prevent strong Black family values. Now, I don't know. There's always going to be a microscope on the Black community. We're going to be scrutinized if we damned if we do, damned if we don't. It could just be what you see because you are of the community, but I'm not going to sit here and say that it ain't a bunch of non-Black women out here not having kids out of wedlock, because there are. Maybe not as of late, because we know the birth rates are down, but we already know that, you know, everybody is doing this shit. But there is a microscope on us. And Latto is not even all the way Black. Her mama white. That is a white woman. I don't care if you come out of a white hole. If that mama white, yeah, your daddy may be black and other, but if that mama white, in my opinion, that is a white woman. But she's Black adjacent, and then she's in the urban industry. So of course people are going to associate her with us. But I don't relate to Latto.
Oh, congratulations, good luck. Where's the fucking music, actually? That's what I care about. I don't give a fuck about that baby. It is the goddamn summertime. Where is the music? A baby announcement is not what the fans want to see. That is not what the fans want to see. Furthermore, I don't understand why y'all be trying to act like a pregnancy announcement is just this groundbreaking thing. It's breaking fucking news. Bitches get pregnant every day. You know what bitches don't do every day? Give us a fucking bop for the summertime. That don't happen very often. It's very clear that that post is a pregnancy announcement. There's an ultrasound playing, and I'm here to tell you that I'm not.
I'm gonna fast forward through him because
my pussy. I don't.
Female rappers are so embarrassed, and I'm so ready for the new, upcoming, because all of them are single mothers with the exception of Megan. Give it a year, she'll be there too. They just love single motherhood. That's all they promote. They're all single mothers. Koi, Floyd, Callie, Latto. Y'all are all fucking single mothers. Exception of Nicki, married. Cardi, she's a baby mother's. Y'all are embarrassing as bitches. You could have been anything in fucking life and you were all statistics. Embarrassing. Well, at least they're rich. Okay, good night.
Congratulations to the happy couple, 21 Savage and Latto. Yes, they finally announced what we all already knew. But I'm just wondering, what the fuck happened to the wife? What happened to Kiana Johnson? Did they divorce? I'm so confused. Y'all don't remember he has a whole ass other wife? And 3 kids with her? And he's from the UK and he married her for citizenship, but then they had 3 kids and he hit her all this time. It was she's been in the shadows, and then when Latto got in the picture, she finally came out of the shadows and she kind of spoke out a little bit, and they were married, but then now they're not married. What happened to her?
And that's why I'm saying we don't know these people's business. You know what I'm saying? Especially if the wife hasn't come out yet and said anything and she liked the post. It's an arrangement going on. It's an arrangement going on. Everybody seems to be, well, at least on her end, she seems to be put up at peace and out the way. My only confusion is the 3 kids that she had with 21 Savage. Why bring them up? I mean, why have them if this was just a business arrangement for him to get a green card? Why involve kids knowing that they're not going to have a father full-time in the house or a father at all? Because were they in a relationship or were they just having kids? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But My Life Your Entertainment, thank you so much. He says cheetah down south is slang for cheater. Her humiliation is Latto holding the baby cheetah, subliminally saying 21 cheetah to have her belt. That is a rabbit hole I ain't even ready for. That is a rabbit hole. What? So she from down south. The cheetah represents cheating. The industry know that, so they put her up as a humiliation ritual and roll out her album cover of her holding the cheetah to let everyone subliminally know that he cheated on his wife. My reason is why. What's the end goal when we're doing that? I don't get it.
Her and the kids, Latto. Why do women get with these men? God, you had a baby with him? Why? Of all of them, of all the rappers, I just want to know what happened to the wife. Did they get a divorce? And Latto's just another baby mama now. I'm just I'm so.
And y'all know what? If you know me, you know I'll be defending the baby mamas. I'll be defending the baby mamas. I'll be like, leave them alone. Leave them alone. They doing the best they can. They the ones raising the kid. Leave the baby mamas alone. But then y'all do shit like this. And it's just what can I do when you're signing up? Because there are certain, I'm not saying every baby mama that's ever baby mama chose to be a baby mama, but this was a choice. I hate to say it. It's a choice. And I don't know why we're choosing these things. And I just hope, excuse me, y'all. This soda got me belching. I just hope that the youth, the parents of the youth that's coming up after us, are instilling good moral values into their children, because none of these celebrities should have that much influence over your kid. It shouldn't. It really should not. You should be rearing them in the home and letting them know, hey, baby girl, that's entertainment. You don't do what Cardi B do. You don't do what Latto does. You don't do what these entertainers do. That is for entertainment purposes only. When you go out into the world, you hold yourself to a different standard. You don't have you try to avoid having premarital sex if you can. And in no way, shape, or form do you lay down with a man that's attached to any woman in any way. Fuck what your favorite rapper doing. Are we actually saying that? Are we actually instilling those values in our kids, or are we just sitting them in front of the TV and sending them on the way?
Annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. Thank God Meg the Stallion hasn't fallen for that bullshit. Now, if Meg gets pregnant and there's no real commitment, I'm gonna be pissed.
Big mama, one kid, did all that talk to be a statistic? Here's my thing. You was untouchable. You wasn't ran through. You bragged about all of this stuff just to end up being the baby mama to a rapper who may or may not still be married and got 3 kids already. That's an L. It's just like I told y'all before. A woman's pretty privilege, most of the time, she never uses it to her full advantage the way a man who is at the top 1% of men use their privilege. A top 1% man is always going to go for the best of the best women that he possibly can get, but not 1% women, not women who are like a Latto where she's racially ambiguous and she appeals to all different types of men and she could have possibly had whatever she wanted and she still chose to be the baby mama of a man who already got 3 kids. These young girls don't have any type of female musicians and rappers to look at as like inspiration because
no, it's some out here. But let me read this super chat real quick and we're gonna keep it moving. Thank you so much again. It says, right, Jazz, to validate that point as well. 21 just dropped a dope track as the first song on Mike Will Made a new album this past Friday, the same week as Latto's teaser. It's industry monopoly. Damn. The world is a stage, y'all. The world is a stage. But I hope you guys are having a good time. You were just chilling tonight. I see somebody in the chat talking about Afro Man. This story with Afro Man, I don't know anything about, y'all. But we're going to get into the next story. I just wanted to touch on Latto because it's one of the trending topics this week. I do not condone what Latto is doing, but I hope that she knows what she's doing and prepared for what's coming, right? Because I really feel like she's at the height of her game. This may be doing some altering for her success now. We'll see how it goes. But let's keep it moving. Make sure you're hitting the like button, if you will. I'm off of Latto. Everybody's kind of pretty much saying the same thing. But baby, we got to get into Miss Chrisean Rock. And I was trying to go and look at the entire, she did an interview on this podcast called The Danza Project. I'm not going to play it because I didn't have time to find a timestamp of exactly of what we want to discuss. But we got to talk about how, and this is another way that religion is fucking people up, because this girl is hiding behind religion while her child is suffering. And I don't like that. And I think this was a very religious podcast that she was on. You know what I'm saying? And they were just not pressing her the way that they needed to press her in the name of God. And I can't stand behind that. But the video I'm going to actually play is by Poetic Flacco, who I also follow. Well, actually, I need to subscribe right now. Shit. But I see him coming up a lot in my algorithm. I like the way he puts videos together. And pretty soon I'll be able to get my own fucking shit. We don't have to do a review or whatever. But thank y'all for rocking with me so far. I appreciate you so much. But let's get into what Chrisean Rock was talking about, y'all. Because it was a mess.
Just ruined Chrisean Rock's life. And I'm not being hyperbolic and I'm not playing. This interview is going to take a severe toll on what she got going on. This interview with the Denzer Project has opened up Chrisean Rock to a new set of eyes that she didn't want. Listen, I'm on Black YouTube, right? I'm in my little sector, my niche. We been knew the Chrisean Rock experience was an absolute shit show, but this Denzer Project interview opened her up to a bigger audience, and they aren't too fond of Chrisean Rock either. She had a viral moment during this podcast, a really viral moment, where she spoke on her son and his disability. And let's just say she's in denial. She's either in denial, delusional, or a straight up liar. You pick either of the three that you believe, or all three. All right, all three.
All three.
But Chrisean Rock got to her son because they were discussing how NLE Chopper was online disrespecting her son and, you know, his quote unquote disability, in which she questions. But while discussing NLE Chopper, they got on the subject of her son. And what Chrisean Rock said in regards to her son's disability stunned everybody.
But then they say this for her because
Hold on, let me address that. Okay, so you said the Denzer Project is definitely not religious. They control a lot of the industry financially, media-wise. Okay, I'm just discovering it. I thought they were like a religious, the way that they were talking to her and being, you know, also like speaking on God and things like that. I thought it was, but thank you for that correction. Now let's watch what she had to say.
take accountability, and then he start bringing my baby dad up, but it had nothing to do with, you shouldn't allow another man to control what comes out your mouth.
Absolutely.
Like, it's just like, and then it's like, you don't even know what's going on. So like, all right, boom, let me just get to it. He said, and if it's anything I could do to help, I'm here. The part that really messed with me is that Blueface doesn't seem active in the child's life because of his disability. Hold on. I feel like that's what triggered me, and my anger overpowered my message. I didn't get to deliver any way, shape, or right, and I apologize to you. It didn't deserve my words, and the grace you showed me spoke volumes to the season of your life. You're in the right now, and I'm here to support and congratulate you overly. So I said my son does not have a disability. He is developing at his own pace and hitting his milestones in his own timing. Every child is different, and I'm confident in his growth. If I said it, he had a disability, then he. Right, but it's like, don't tell me. I ain't say none of that. Right. I ain't say none of that. Watch him.
Girl, have y'all seen her son? Have y'all seen that child? First of all, let's just get into what she was doing while she was pregnant. Let's just get into what she was doing while she was pregnant. Because all you got to do is just scroll on TikTok.
I got these bitches mad again. I don't want no fucking kids no more. You know you can doing everything with myself. So I'm just like, oh my God. Like, you know. Yeah, I'm a little sensitive. I think it's that postpartum. But look, I'm happy. I'm blessed.
So this is a different Chrisean than last time. Because last time you were here, oh my God.
You know you...
Something I used to do, I used to feel like I had to drink to have fun or feel normal.
No.
Do you feel...
This doesn't seem...
Y'all should just doing
You're
cuts
a fucking goof.
My bad, y'all. Hold on. Let me look it up the right way. Because I had a video of her in the club guzzling liquor while she was pregnant. Drinking, smoking, everything.
Get yourself together. Where the bottle at? Oh my gosh.
Drink it.
She asked for another bottle. I'm just
You got no liquor?
Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
Oh,
this baby mama.
Get yourself together.
She knew why.
Okay.
But you're drinking right now. Do
Yeah, because I'm celebrating.
Do you feel like you have to drink? Because something I used to do, I used to feel like I had to drink to have fun or feel normal.
No.
Do you feel that, or you just like to drink?
I feel like the people that are around me that be doing it, and then they like, and then when I try it, I like what it do. So it is what it is.
So, but you're drinking right now.
Oh my God. It's just so sad and scary because now she's on this interview like, girl, you literally was spending your time drinking and smoking and deteriorating your child while you were pregnant with them. And now you want to go on here on interviews and claim your son don't have a disability. That baby is almost 3 years old, cannot speak, cannot walk, can barely lift his head.
Oh. And then I said, as far for his father, co-parenting decisions are personal. I chose peace and safety over dysfunction. I appreciate you reaching out. I just don't do drama no more. So then he said, thank you for the correction. Just wanted to send you sincere apology. Okay. But why we got to talk about the next? Like, let's just talk about what you just said. Like, I get what you say about Blueface or whatever.
Yeah.
But he dealing with his own demons.
Right.
And you dealing with
Absolutely, yeah.
yours. And I don't really it's like, I'm not finna gossip about another nigga to another nigga.
Also true. But I like what he said though. He said, you know what? Thank you for the correction. Because he could have been like, well, shit, my bad, damn. And then now y'all both.
No. It's just like, you know, like
just don't.
It's not even just that. It's like, say if someone, a doctor, anybody speak against your kid or yourself, then you should not accept it, bro.
What are you talking about? Hey, call CPS. No. Call CPS. What do you mean if a doctor said it? Y'all say I don't want to put the child on the screen. I really don't. But y'all can go and look up. You can look at that baby and tell something is not right. Something is not right with that child. And the fact that you sitting here allowing your child to suffer when that baby clearly needs help because you're in such dysfunctional denial about your own behavior, it sickens me, y'all. I got a question though. Y'all think feminism has something to do with this? Is feminism causing women to do this? I don't know. Just a question.
Anybody, if they're guessing or whatever, no. The word said what the word said. God said what the God says. I don't have to accept what you. So it's really like me, like protecting a revelation that I heard from the Lord over my son.
Yeah.
And then it's like redirecting that energy back to that mouth, that tongue, that powerful tongue.
This got a lot of people's attention.
This bitch gonna piss me off. She's gonna piss me off. The Lord did not tell you to allow your child to suffer. The Lord did not tell you to not seek help for your child as to why he cannot walk, talk, lift his head up. Let's keep going. But what y'all saying? She needs. That was not a real question, y'all. Feminism ain't got shit to do with this. But I do understand that her having all this autonomy and there's nobody there to like reel it in, it's what's causing this issue. It's what's causing the issue. I don't know if she gets the entitlement from, but she's gone through a lot. This is a young lady that has gone through a lot. She went through a lot with that man Blueface. You know what I'm saying? Because I would ask, like, you know what? Let's just keep going.
Even people from a different crowd. People watching a mother sit on a podcast with a son who's about 3 years old, still can't walk, still can't talk, still missing a lot of milestones, sit on a podcast and be in denial to the son having a disability is a part of the problem, and it's horrifying, quite frankly.
Yeah, because if I was that interviewer, you said like a patriarch. No, that's not what I mean. She needs guidance though. And I'm not saying, because she was under a male. You know what I'm saying? Was it feminism's fault or patriarchy's fault? Because she was under Blueface leadership. Was he not? Was she not? Doing damn near everything that man said. And he's not a good person to hold to a certain standard. But men seem to think, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just how men are. He led that girl straight to hell. Yeah, she played a part in it. But he also was handing her the drinks, handing her the blunts. I don't know. I don't know if we can blame either ideologies as opposed to a byproduct of the misconception of those ideologies.
This happens so often in our community where we want to go against the doctor's diagnosis. We say, nah, man, my son got ADHD. Now they're playing. Now, ADHD, that's a different thing. But nah, man, my son got autism. Nah, you playing. I know a cousin of mine, specifically a cousin of mine, who they diagnosed him with, I think, autism in like the 3rd grade. His parents refuse to accept the diagnosis. They even switch his schools, man. They refuse any classes. They refuse anything.
Who said I had it? Who said it?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Is that what you're tuning into? That's what you're assuming? And then it's fine. It's okay. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? And then it's like, okay, you go online.
People are invested in the kid and they just want to have faith that this kid is getting the proper treatment and the proper care. But this interview doesn't look that way. It looks like Chrisean Rock is trying to pray away this disability, to be honest, and that's not going to work. So because of this interview, this sparked people to do their research on Chrisean Rock. Because once the clip went viral enough and made its way into certain spaces on the internet that she's not really familiar in, they did their research on Chrisean Rock. And what they discovered horrified them. And they're making it clear, right? Now, the spokesperson for that particular sector of the internet, Penguin Zero, he went ahead and spoke on Chrisean Rock. And he did his research and he found out.
And I don't like that guy, so I'm going to fast forward and we'll just get to this part right here.
Everybody knows is really bad for the baby.
Because we all was drinking, even you, with the baby and stuff. Why are you lying?
Ladies, one more time. Get yourself together.
Where the bottle at?
Oh my gosh.
Drink it. She asked for another bottle. I'm just
you can't have liquor?
Yes, I can. I can abort the child tomorrow. It won't hurt me.
No,
you shut the door
you
because
can't
it's
have no
cold.
fucking liquor.
Misogynist, homophobic twerp who got exposed in a global way.
And look at all the men around her. All the men around her. Allowing this shit to happen. Even the women around her. I would have snatched that bottle, snatched that blunt, snatched that cup so fast. I don't like the fact that it was so many people around her that did not hold her accountable. And now I don't like the fact that she is not holding herself accountable and using religion to try to make excuses for her fucking behavior. I could not talk about this because as much as I go to bat for women, it's stuff like this that really disappoints me. It's stuff like this that really disappoints me because I'm all for healing and evolving and getting closer to God, but you are weaponizing God at this point. God does not want you to walk this walk of being in total denial of your child's disability and you being in denial in the part that you played. Look at you.
When they were here last time, him and Chrisean was pregnant. Y'all were doing all that smoking and drinking here in the thing.
This is just one short compilation, but a lot of these clips go on longer of her drinking even more. And this is only what's been caught on camera. I can only imagine how often off camera she was also smoking and drinking. It's fucking terrible. It's not a secret.
If the baby would have still came out disabled if she didn't smoke and drink. But I can definitely tell you that smoking and drinking didn't help. Smoking and drinking, right, like, was not a solution if she didn't want the baby, to come out disabled. Now, to me, this right here just sparks the complete end of Chrisean Rock's Christian rebrand, okay?
Yes.
That rebrand that she planned on doing, right, to convert over to the other side of the internet, that's over with, man.
Hooked.
Yo, these folks is looking at you talk about how you gonna smoke and drink while you pregnant because you are just gonna get an abortion, so it's not going to affect the baby anyway. People cannot unhear that, man. They can't. And I'll be real, I've knew about this. I think Chrisean Rock even drank on our channel. So I knew about this, but this is the first time I really have sat with it. I'm like, damn, this kid would have really had a normal life, or the chances of him having a normal life would have been great if she didn't drink and smoke.
And that's the bottom line. I hate that. Exactly, Blaze. Thank you for being here, Blaze. Thank y'all for being here tonight. It's just a little kiki. Just a little kiki tonight. Listen, Blaze Brown, I agree. I feel sorry for the child because he allegedly has unstable parents. And that exactly. And nobody around them loves that child enough to do something about it. They need to step in, take that child away, or step in and give her better understanding of what she needs to do to help her kid, because it is fucked up. I when I saw her guzzling liquor while she was pregnant, I knew it was going to be a problem, but that baby got full on fetal alcohol syndrome for sure. Can't speak. She ruined him. Didn't even give the baby a chance. And now you're using religion to try to make excuses of it. And it's like nobody even wants to help you now. And I just feel bad all the way around. Listen, this week the girls were in the news. First it was Latto, then it was Chrisean first, then Latto. And that'll take me on to my next segment, right? It'll take me on to my next segment. I don't know if you guys watched The Bachelorette. I don't. But it's a very interesting situation that happened with the new Bachelorette, right? So, as you all know, apparently, hold on, let me get the other one on there. Apparently, this lady, it's a few things that's weird about this. Because to be a bachelorette, I'm thinking you need to have a squeaky clean background. You need to be an upstanding citizen. How the hell was this woman able to be considered to be the next bachelorette? Let's just get into it. But I also want to talk about reactionary abuse as well. Let's hold that thought.
Oh my
God.
You're oh my. You're fucking. You're unbelievable. No, you. Stop.
All right, so let me read this real quick. ABC cancels The Bachelorette 3 days before premiere after video shows Taylor Frankie Paul abusing ex in front of their daughter. Previously said she never hurt her child despite crying in clip.
Yeah, look at you. Look. Yeah, look. This is called physical abuse. Yeah. Yeah. See, Taylor, this is all you do. It's the only thing you know how to do is hurt me. Stop screaming! Huh? You think this is okay? It's not okay. Stop, Taylor! You're done! Taylor! Let me go. Yes! Stop! That's it! Dude, leave me alone. No!
Oh!
You're stop! Your daughter is right here!
Oh my God.
No!
Oh my God, baby.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Indy. Yeah, look at you, Taylor.
Okay. That's a lot. But I want you to pay attention to him, though. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. There has been a time, there are times where a person may push another person to the point of rage. And right when they get to that point of rage, they pull out that phone to record. I'm not saying he shouldn't record because perhaps he needed evidence of something, but you got to watch people like that. You got to watch, because I don't think he's innocent either. And we'll get in more in depth on his side too. But anybody that pulls out a phone and records you at your most heated moment, it's something off with that. It's something sinister with that. There's an ulterior motive, but let's keep going.
Yeah. See, Taylor, this is all you do. It's the only thing you know how to do is hurt me. Huh? You think this is okay?
It's not okay. Stop, Taylor. You're done. Taylor!
Let me go.
Stop.
Dude, leave me alone.
No! Oh my God. You're done. Stop. Your daughter is right here. Oh my God. You're doing this. Oh my God. No. Yeah, I'm sorry, Indy.
Yeah, look at you.
Taylor?
Look.
Get the fuck out!
I'm done with you. I'm done.
Oh my God.
The metal chair. No, you. Go and help your daughter. Now. Help your daughter, Taylor. Oh my God. If you throw another chair, are you okay? Taylor!
Get away from my daughter! Get away!
Then help
Get
her.
away!
Stop doing this.
You threw me. Get the fuck
Dude, think of your kids. Gosh.
Me too. My daughter. Yeah,
Y'all listen. Some of the stuff that he's saying, some of the Quan, you feel me? Some of the stuff he's saying, look at your daughter. He's saying certain things purposefully, y'all. I'm just, bear with me. I just don't think either one of them are innocent. I think there's some provoking happening. And I think he knew exactly what to do, because this happened in 2023. And this video now just comes out 2 days before the Bachelorette premiere. Why is that?
I don't care. I love your kids. Yeah, I do. I freaking love them to death. No, yeah, I don't care. Look what you're doing to me. No, nobody deserves
Shut
it.
the fuck up, Dakota.
You're not okay. You're drunk.
Go answer, fucking Dakota.
I will. What? Oh my gosh. Hit the head with the metal chair.
You see, it's tough. It's tough for me because I'm not saying that it is the man's fault. I'm just saying he ain't innocent. I'm just saying he's not innocent, and it's based on the language and the behaviors of what he's done. Now, I know this girl's batshit crazy. She kind of has like a history of this, but could it be that maybe we don't see everything that led up to this? Do you think that she just behaves like this out of nowhere? Or was she in a toxic situation and became the most toxic with that person? Because it almost seems like he could not wait to get it all on camera. And not because he was really a victim, because if you are really a victim, I just feel like there will be other ways to go about it. So let me see what she says.
To see the headlines, especially during this time of The Bachelorette being released, and it's supposed to be a really exciting time. I'm a person that will always speak my truth, and that's what I'm known for. And so when the time is right, I will be. But right now, just trying to be in the present moment and focus on this. But the thing is my kids do come first. Mm-hmm. My kids come first, and so it's been like just a back and forth process, trying to be here in the present moment, worrying about, home and headlines. It's been stressful, to be honest.
We did reach out to Dakota, and we did not, for a statement, we did not get a response from him. Now we have reports that The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives has paused production on the next season. And I want to hear all about your Bachelorette journey, but first I want to give you the opportunity to reports say it's paused. Mm-hmm. Is that true?
Honestly, I don't call the shots with production. So as of now, I have gotten word that it also has been paused, but I do not call those shots. Mm-hmm. So as far as I know, it was, but I don't know for how long and why.
I know you're one of the executive.
So basically, her career is about to crumble. Her career is crumbling, but I want to play you guys a video of another woman's perspectives on this because I thought it was interesting. So one perspective came from Jamel Hill, right? Which I thought was interesting because she kind of brought up the aspect. Hold on, what the hell? Here we go. She kind of brought up the aspect. She kind of brought up colorism a little bit. Here's what she had to say about it.
On the show with that kind of past. And it's not just about the kids and the ex-husband and the baby daddy. She's soft swinging. She doing all of this. And listen, you joke about me taking it racial, but I'm going to take it racial. They would never in their life have a black woman on TV who had a baby daddy, an ex-husband, 3 kids, and soft swinging. Yeah. That shit would never happen. Ever. Mm-hmm. ABC would never be like, I'm greenlighting this. They got old girl Taylor Frankie Paul at the Oscars. Because you saw her
at the Oscars.
Right?
I didn't know who she was, and they wanted us to talk about her dress. I was like, it looks like something from Fashion Nova. I said that.
No, you did not.
I was like, nothing's wrong with Fashion Nova, but she had on what I have on right now. I don't even know what to say about
that. So what do you guys think about that? Because my question is, why was she able to get that far? Because if it was a black woman, you wouldn't even be considered. You wouldn't even be considered with that kind of past, baby mama, etc., etc. What got her to that point? What got her even considered to be up there? Now, there's another perspective I want to share. Right? There's another perspective I want to share really quickly because I also thought it was interesting, right? And this lady named her video a perspective that most people will not, agree with. Let me find it real quick. Thank y'all for being here. I know it's not a lot of people in here tonight, but that's okay. I appreciate everybody that is here. Every time I think I done saved a video, y'all, I don't save the video. Every single time. Make sure y'all hitting the like button, please. Because I swear to you, I had this damn video. Oh, you know what? Let me try to look over here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. I'm going to take this down real quick. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. We just chilling. What's been going on? Okay, so the thing about it, I wanted to talk. Oh, let me talk. That's my DMs and shit. I wanted to talk about the Anton thing, but it's so much going on with him right now. It's so much going on with him right now. I can't motherfucking keep up with what's going on with him. You know what I'm saying? And I just know that if he keep trying to dox people and shit and putting people dresses out and whatnot. Okay, this is what I wanted us to watch real quick. It's gonna be a problem. Hold on. Y'all said ride the wave. Ride the Anton wave. Listen, I am not here for women putting their hands on men. If you are a woman that putting your hands on a man, don't be surprised of how they respond. I'm all for people defending themselves. And if a woman is going upside a man's head, girl, be prepared to have your head going upside next. Don't do shit like that. But I just want us to kind of talk about what reactionary abuse can be, because while I do think this woman is at fault and she has an issue, like I said, I do not think that the man involved is completely innocent. And I just want to, and I had that feeling, but I want to play this woman's perspective really quickly just to get y'all thoughts and y'all insight on it. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought it was interesting. So real quick, let's go ahead and play the video of this creator. Her name is Queen Sovereign. Go ahead and subscribe her up. Let's see what she has to say in regards to that video we just watched.
It's reactive abuse. That was...
Your daughter is right here.
That was not domestic violence. That was reactive abuse. You know it's reactive abuse because the very first thing that Dakota said was, you see this, as he's recording her. You see this? You see this? I watched 14 minutes worth of the fight and the dash cam footage where she is being questioned and where Dakota is being questioned. I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar she was reacting to what he initially had did to her. As someone that has been the victim of reactive abuse, this is what reactive abuse looks like. She even said it herself. She reacted. She stated that she went out on a girls' night trip. Alcohol was consumed. He picked her up. Now, they don't state that the children were in the car with her, but her children are 2, 5, and 8. I'm pretty for sure the children were in the car when she got picked up. She said that on the way home, he was bitching the whole entire time, which makes perfect sense. He's stuck at home watching 3 children. 3 children that are not his, from what I believe, because I don't watch The Secret Lives of Mormon, so correct me if I'm wrong. We know how men get when they have to babysit children. And I can only imagine how upset he had to be babysitting children that are not his while his girlfriend is out having a good time. I could only imagine how angry a man would get over that. So she states that he picked her up. Most likely the children were in the vehicle and he's bitching her out. Everyone in the comments is talking about how, oh, she's violent and she did that in front of the kids. No one is putting 2 and 2 together that, okay, if based off of what her story is, he pretty much was being verbally abusive to her in the vehicle in front of her own children. Any normal, and the thing about it too is that, are we also going to skip over the fact how men usually take car rides as an opportunity to be abusive to women because it's in a high state of vulnerability that the woman is in because the woman cannot defend herself. And then not to mention if it's happening with her vehicle in the vehicle with her children in the car, she further cannot defend herself. And then you obviously are doing this when she's drinking alcohol. So she has poor judgment, literally waiting for her to react, knowing that she's in the state that she's in. This is the playbook of reactive abuse. This is why it's so important that we talk about this. This was reactive abuse. She also stated that he pushed her first. They were in the garage and he pushed her first, and then she ended up reacting. And she admitted that she literally said, I reacted. She also stated that she ended up peeing her pants. On YouTube, I'm going to upload the whole footage on YouTube of the whole entire thing. All 14 minutes worth of the body cam and the fight. But she says that she peed her pants. What angers me even more than what people are saying. They're saying, oh, she did this in front of her children, and she did this, and she did that, and yada, 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 yada. It's also the reason why domestic violence, when I seen this footage, it reminded me of Gabby Petito. The body cam footage of Gabby Petito. Automatically just taking the man's side. Automatically. And what's so crazy to me is that in the body cam footage, what's so crazy is that when the officer is questioning Taylor, it's, oh, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. And she's being completely honest. She's like, yes, I threw a chair at him. Yes, I put my hands on him. Yes, I was fighting him, taking full accountability. What's crazy is that Dakota can't even come up with the story as to what led to her reacting like that. She did. He did not. All he said was, I was just trying to get her in the house. I was just trying to get her in the house, and I was trying to get her parents over here. What it sounds like to me was that he was fucking tired of babysitting those children. He wanted to leave to go to this supposed concert, and she probably was like, I can't get a hold of my parents for them to, you know, going ahead and take over for you. Because he didn't want to watch them fucking kids. His story is, oh, she just didn't want to go inside. So you mean to tell me you got a metal chair thrown at you because you're trying to get your girlfriend to go inside the house and she doesn't want to go inside the house? No. You poked and you poked and you poked.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there. What do y'all what do y'all think about that? Because that is a thing. That is a thing, y'all. It is a thing where there is a form of abuse, I'll say, where the person knows how to get another person to that point of being extra crazy, and then they exploit that. Not taking any account that they push that person to that point. And then when that person responds, then it's a whole big thing. Right? And I saw somebody say, where's the proof? I'm going to find the video footage of the whole debacle. Is this it? Hold on. Okay, yeah. I found it, of the footage of the whole interaction, right? Because I thought it was interesting, because here's my stance on it, right? The bitch got a problem. She's violent, and she's even more violent when she's drunk. He's also abusive. I'm not saying physically, mentally maybe, psychologically maybe. He's with a woman watching kids that aren't his. Could be some resentment there. We don't know. She's out having a good time. He's at home. Well, you said why she's drinking. She was out at a friend's party or something. She was out kicking it. Don't you drink when you go kick it? You know what I'm saying? So she was out having a good time. He picked her up. They in the car going back and forth. Why couldn't he say exactly what was said? Right? Exactly what was said from the time they got in the car to the time they got home. All I'm saying is just consider that both of these people have issues. Both of these people may be toxic, and one person might be trying to exploit another person to take heat off him. So let's play a little bit more of this, and then I'll play the interaction, and then you guys decide. You guys decide what played a part here. Who's right, who's wrong. Well, she's wrong. She's dead ass wrong, especially if there's a kid there, bitch. You need to be able to control yourself in front of that child. Why you throwing stuff in front of that child that could have struck that child? You supposed to gather your drunk ass, gather your things, and get up out of there. But sometimes in the hit of the moment, shit like this happens.
Then you got a reaction. And then once you saw how she reacted, you decided, oh, this is my time. This is my time. I'm going to whip out the camera and I'm going to get to recording so I can spew out this narrative. And I have proof. I have physical proof of how she's acting. So that way it cannot be refuted. It cannot be argued against. I'm going to be seen as the good guy. And what's so crazy is that everyone in the comments is saying, he just spoke so highly about her after this. He just spoke so highly about her after this. And he's only had nice things to say to her after this. And I can't believe that she was able to get a show, you know, after her doing this and yada, yada, yada. That's what manipulative people do. One thing about a manipulative person, one thing about an abuser, they're never going to let public opinion skew in the way that they would be an evil, angry, bitter person. An abuser, a manipulator, they're always going to take the quote unquote high road publicly. Because then you get to project and assume what they're doing privately, and you're going to project that positive implication that they're showing you in public to what they're doing in private. Meanwhile, privately, they're doing something completely different. This is the reason why this is the reason why no one takes.
This is a thing, y'all. This is a thing. This is a thing. Don't get it twisted. I ain't gonna get into detail about how I know. But just know this is a thing, and it's something to consider. It's something to consider when it comes to these situations.
Abuse seriously. This is the reason why no one ever believes women, because it is so easy for men to skew public opinion. He even had this police officer fooled. Not saying that the police officer wasn't looking past his nose in misogyny, because he definitely was not. Because when it came to him questioning Dakota, it was, she could have grabbed a knife. She could have grabbed a knife. And then what would have happened? And then your children are there. It's all of these things that could have potentially happened to put him in harm. But yet the police officer never, ever gave her that grace to say and ask himself, well, maybe potentially Dakota put her in harm to get her to react that way. Potentially was she reacting in a way to defend herself or to protect herself? Then to go as far as to get on the phone and say, oh yeah, like she claimed that she peed herself. I saw no evidence of that. I saw no proof of that, et cetera, et cetera. I'm probably going to make a part 2 to this when it comes to reactive abuse. But that's what this was. This was not domestic violence. This was reactive abuse.
Okay, y'all. So now I'm going to fast forward it, and we're going to play the actual interaction with the police. And you guys see, because she dropped the word there. What were we talking about earlier? Misogyny, patriarchy. I'm gonna tell y'all something. That the patriarchy most definitely defends abusers. Protect abusers. I'm just saying. I mean, can't we see that playing out right now with the Epstein files, right? Right? The very system that you all say is so great for everyone, it protects abusers all the time. There's something to think about when we say this is the system that we need to be up under, but should we be under a system that doesn't hold abusers accountable? Because I have seen with my own eyes, how an abusive man can talk to the police after violating the woman. And the police, those males, those judges, they take that man's side. You damn near got to be on your deathbed. And that may not even be enough. You damn near got to be on your deathbed for an abuser to be taken seriously in court. That's why you always see how a woman gets away from an abusive man and she goes to get a restraining order, but the restraining order doesn't count. She beats her up. He beats up the woman. He goes to jail for a couple hours, comes right back out. She tries to run away. They bring her right back. The system is a little flawed, and I think it's because of a deeply root of misogyny at play that protects men no matter what. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. I'm just seeing it for what it is. Hold on, Quan. Hold on. Hit him with the Quan. Jazz, you purposely not trying to understand where straight up men coming from with this patriarchy topic. No, I am understanding. I understand. I'm just calling out. If you don't agree with this part of patriarchy, you are on the right side of things. You're on the right side of things. I'm talking about the side of patriarchy that defends and upholds abusers and predators. That's it. I don't think this woman is innocent at all, but I just don't think he is either. But let's keep watching.
50%
physical abuse. Yeah.
Damn. Wait a minute. I ain't see this. Hold on. You got that nigga in a headlock? Wait a minute. That's not funny. But he showed recording though.
things fucking happening. Regular adult dealings fucking happening.
Yeah. Yeah, look at you. Look. Yeah, look. This is called physical abuse. Yeah.
Wait. I want to pause it one more time. Thank you for this comment. Yeah, here I go with the patriarchy because here's the thing. This is an awesome comment. Thank you, Obiama. He says, I've seen women put hands, feet, and hooves on a dude and the courts laughed it off. Why is that? You're telling me you're a man that has been abused, and when you go and you seek help and advocate for yourself, the men in those courtrooms are laughing you off? Patriarchy is laughing at your abuse? Is that helpful or harmful? Was it helpful or was it harmful? Because I would argue if the patriarchy is so great and it protects men, then why doesn't it protect men against abuse? Why does it tell men that they shouldn't report on abuse? Why does it laugh at men when men say that they are being abused? Because I'm against that. I think more men should come out and tell every time somebody is going upside your head. But you have a system that doesn't even take your abuse seriously because they look at you as a man and say you should be able to take it. You're a man, right? Does that really help men? Laughing off the things that they go through physically? Patriarchy is so great, but it laughs at your pain. It tells you you're not even going through pain. They're laughing at you. But patriarchy is the system we need to trust and operate under, right? I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't see it helping y'all as much as y'all claim it is. I don't know. The judges were women every time. Come on now. Thank you, Anthony Jackson. You're new. It says you are so wrong on or all facts on this. And you're speaking to a person who went through it. And in court, it was proven that I didn't do it. And the system far does not protect men. I agree. The system is fucked up. It doesn't protect victims. And it does not protect men either. The patriarchy never protected y'all. It harmed y'all. But I don't know what you mean. It was proven that you didn't do it. So what? Did you still go to jail? It was proven that you didn't do it. So what happened? Because if it was proven that you didn't do it, then it was proven that you didn't do it. Right? But all I'm saying is we're operating under a system that doesn't have anybody's best interest at heart because it should be no reason why men are getting laughed at in situations like that. Oh, it's not patriarchy, it's serving women. What do you mean lions for lambs? What do you mean by that? Serving women? But y'all are the leaders, so don't we serve you? I'm confused by what you mean by that.
Yeah. See, Taylor, this is all you do. It's the only thing you know how to do is hurt me. Huh? And you think this is okay?
It's not okay. Holy
It's okay. I don't give a
Let me go. Stop. Dude, leave me alone. Oh my God.
Again, this is a lie. This is a bold-faced lie. The stats and the data don't even back your claims. They don't support that. The system does not cater to women at all, especially when it comes to abuse cases. I've seen it with my own eyes. No, they do not. They let abusers go free every single day. Women, if let me tell you something. If the system was created to protect women, why do women in certain cases have to flee? After going to the police, after filing restraining orders, after trying to get the man in jail, they're not keeping him in jail. Why do women have to flee, change their identity to escape their abuser? Because the system is not doing anything about it. It's not true. I'm telling you right now, it's not true. But I wanted to also acknowledge this. Jazz, white men are running this system, and that's why it's messed up. You're not trying to understand. We're straight. White men have always been running the system. What have black men done to combat that? Now, I know what the Panthers was doing. I know what Malcolm was doing. But now it just seems like y'all are just accepting the system. If you two agree that the system is fucked up, where's your pushback as men? Are you saying, well, we just can't do anything about it? Nothing we can do. There's nothing you can do. They're running the system because there's not enough of us combating it anymore. When we had to rebel on them plantations in order for us to get free, they had to get the fuck out of our way for us to get our freedoms, for us to get our rights, right? After that, then they gave us Ku Klux Klan. They gave us the Jim Crow. They gave us, women's not having rights. We weren't running the system, but we had to fight until we were able to get our rights. So why are we so just complacent with a system that's fucking everybody over? You say it's a white man's game, but you playing it. White man did that, but you're assimilating with it. You're doing it too, no? Some of you, not all of you. Definitely not all of you. Is there anything? I'm just asking. If we were able to fight and obtain things from before, what's happening now? Why should we just accept this if we know the system is flawed?
Your daughter is right here.
Okay, so we saw that. Let's get into the police interaction.
Go ahead. You can sit or whichever.
Okay.
So what's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor. I'm Officer Rubebrecht with the Harriman Police Department.
Okay.
The neighbors called in saying they heard a bunch of yelling.
I'm sorry.
Your last name Paul.
Yeah, I'm emotionally hurting, I guess.
You're what?
I'm emotionally hurting. I'm not physically hurting. I'm emotionally hurting.
Okay. So your last name is just Paul?
Yep.
Okay.
I pushed him. I hit him. He pushed me. I don't know what to think about it.
Okay, so she's saying that they pushed each other. He pushed. Now, who pushed first? We don't know. But hold on, y'all getting me in the comments now. Hold on. Obiama says, I'm late. Sorry, what system are we talking about? The judicial system? Yeah, that benefits white men, but in domestic disputes, especially with children involved, it favors women. In your opinion, we're going to have to do a fact check. We're going to have to do a fact check real quick. So I'm asking, okay, so you're saying that this system that we're under favors women in domestic violence cases, right? I'm telling you as a woman, that's untrue. That's untrue. But I asked ChatGPT, I'll share the tab real quick. I say, is it true that the system favors women in domestic violence cases? Short answer, no, but it can look that way depending on the situation. What the law actually says, legally in the United States, domestic violence laws are gender neutral. That means men and women can both be victims. However, our system does not treat men like victims. Men can't be victims in patriarchy. But let's continue. Men and women can both be arrested and charged. There is no law that says favor women. Where the perception comes from, even though the law is neutral, real world outcomes can feel biased. Here's why. Primary aggressor policies. Police are trained to identify primary aggressor in domestic disputes. In practice, officers may assume the physically stronger person is the aggressor or default to patterns they've seen most often. Since men statistically commit more severe physical violence, officers may sometimes lean toward arresting them first. Domestic violence advocacy historically focused on protecting women because women were and still are more likely to be seriously injured or killed by their partners. Systems were built to correct that imbalance. The legacy still influenced police training, shelters, resources, etc. Reporting differences. Women report domestic violence more often. Men are less likely to report due to stigma, embarrassment, or not being believed, which is a byproduct of the patriarchy. So it can appear like the system favors women when in reality, men are underreported, not necessarily unsupported, right? And then it goes on to talk about the research and how women are more likely to suffer. Now, it may appear that way to you, Obiama, because, or whoever said that, because y'all don't report shit. Y'all don't report shit because you're scared of getting laughed at, right? But I'm telling you, as someone who has witnessed domestic abuse and the way the system treats victims of domestic abuse, it does not favor women. It just doesn't. Not when a woman can go and get a restraining order and still become unalived by that same man from that restraining order. Not when she can put a man in jail and he comes right back out and still has access to her. The system lets out abusive men and predators all the time. Perfect example, Mystical. Shake your fast. This man is a serial rapist. He is a serial rapist and has been let out each time he has done this, to the point where he just did it again. Favors women where? Because I believe you rape one time, you're done. And then on top of that, the system is so broken, they don't even teach you real reform. They just throw you in jail, have you sit there with your same abusive thoughts, and then let your ass right back out. If the system really favored women, there would be more reform. There would be more of an effort to actually reform abusers, to reform people who are constantly in domestic violence situations. Again, in the Netherlands, I can't remember exactly where right now. They're literally closing their prisons. right now, in this day and age, closing their prisons across their entire country because they have been able to reform the people that go into prisons for whatever issue that they came in there for, and have noticed that if we actually reform these people and have them to become better citizens out in the world, we can see a reduction in crime. We can see a reduction in physical domestic violence abuse. Our system doesn't give a fuck about women or children, which is why y'all don't give a fuck about the Epstein files anymore. The system protects women and children, but the system also participates in trafficking women and children at large. So I hear you, but come on now. Not y'all in the chat, okay? It ain't none of y'all. I'm just saying a system. Don't take it personal. If you are supportive of a system that oppresses or harms the most vulnerable, then you might feel offended by what I'm saying. But if you understand what I'm saying to try to learn where I'm coming from, that we are upholding a very toxic system and thinking that we should just fall under it, that's problematic for me. It's not all men, but it is a system that men uphold and don't have a lot of pushback on. So I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Please.
Can you promise not to talk to him while we go in there?
Sure.
I just don't want anything escalating to an argument or fight while we go in there. Okay? So you went out on a girls' night. You said that, right?
Yeah, he came pick me up from girls' night.
And then what happened?
And he was me out the way.
So when you describe that to me, about what?
I guess having fun with the girls. And he was going to a concert, but he was like, we're not going to concert now. And he came home. And then we were fighting. We were fighting at each other. And then I was going at him, I guess hitting him. And then he pushed me into the kids' stuff. And then I went ballistic because they pushed me so hard. And then I fought back, and then we were just fighting, and I just want him out.
Where did the kids go?
Hour and a half it's to leave. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm just being bombarded, feeling like she's jumping on my truck, slamming my doors. Like I think my truck.
Is that your white truck?
Yeah, I think my truck doors broke. Like. She's on top of my truck jumping. Like, dude, I can't even believe what just happened.
You want, let's go look at your truck.
I'm just like lost of words. Where I was trying to explain this, like, so she's going through a lot right now. With her divorce and stuff. Like, I think that's just been really hard on her. And she hasn't done any therapy.
And that's a different relationship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that wasn't that long ago, so it's very fresh. So we got in a relationship like really pretty soon after her divorce, and so that's why it's been hard. It's just been like a lot, I think, for her.
Okay.
And yeah, I think she's going through a lot. She's the type to where. Yeah.
Now this is where I have questions because you're talking to the police officers. And all he's doing is sharing with the officer, she's going through a divorce. It's really hard for her. She probably doesn't, she's not, it's her. Not holding himself accountable for any part that he played in this situation now. That's why I say this man is not innocent, because there's no accountability.
That's hard for her, I think, to get help.
Her on the other end admitted that she pushed him, admitted that she got out of line, admitted that she did all of the things because she got in the car, He was going in on her. But he doesn't discuss that at all about that interaction. Why is that?
She
fights it.
So you guys come home. She starts getting angry. Because you're saying that you're wanting to go home.
Yeah, well, I was trying to just take her inside. I was trying to help her in. I was like, let's go. Like, you need to go inside. And I think she was saying something that she wanted to go party still. I'm like, no, like, you can't. Yeah, and then I went inside because I was finally just like, she was not coming out. So I was like, okay, well, and she said her parents were in here. So I was like, oh, perfect. I was like, I'm going to go.
Are they actually in there?
No, they weren't. It was, like, I don't know, like her niece or something like that. I don't know. And so I went in there and was like gonna get them. I'm like, hey, Taylor's like drunk. You like come get her or something.
Are they coming over?
No, they already left. They were house sitting for her, watching her kids.
Oh, okay.
And then she came flying in, and that's when she was like freaking out on me in front of them. And I'm like, whoa, what?
And what was she saying?
Oh, crazy stuff. I don't know. I think she was like, I don't even know what she was saying. I don't know, something about her phone. She was going off about her phone, and then she chucked her phone at me. And then, oh no, she threw it on the ground. Boom. And then,
oh, that was a switch up on the story. She chucked the phone at me. Oh, wait, no, she threw it on the ground. I don't know. Maybe I got different ears. I'm just listening, and I'm just like, I don't know. I hear y'all in the chat. Y'all saying it's the white man. It's the white man. But I guess I'm just trying to figure out when are we going to stop accepting the bullshit? When is it going to be such a like? Why are we just so okay with accepting this? Because even though it's a white man system, we're definitely still being affected by it. It's a white man system, and they're still not taking men, whether it's white man, black man, whatever. No, they're not taking your issue seriously. They're not taking domestic violence or the trafficking of kids or women or children seriously enough. What can we do? Are y'all saying we can't do nothing? King William. He definitely started that fight. He was mad about keeping them kids, and she was still trying to party. I don't disagree. That's what I'm saying. This man is not innocent. She didn't just come in flailing. I agree she was drunk, and she probably is a bad drunk. But he had a hand in that. Oh, when women start being accountable of their actions. So are you saying that women, I'm confused. What is it that I need you to drop in the chat right now? What is it that women need to be held accountable for that is causing a systemic issue against men? When women start being held accountable for what? Exactly. And is that thing causing an issue amongst black men? Or just men in general? What are we doing that we need to be holding ourselves accountable for? That once we do hold ourselves accountable, all of a sudden everything is going to change. Are you saying everything that's happening in the world is women's fault? Or in America? It's all on the woman. Mind you, we ain't running shit. We don't hold no power. We ain't changing no laws. We not taking no laws away from y'all. What is it? No cuffs, no gun pointing at them, no aggression. You're confusing brothers that are not with that and sellouts and coins who regurgitate that bullshit. I don't think I'm confusing them. You're harping on this one isolated incident, and I'm talking about a system that, okay, if y'all don't assimilate with the system, then how do you combat it? Because y'all all feel like you should be above women, right? You do think women are inferior to you, right? I don't know. I don't think the men. I don't know if it's men in my chat that feel that way. But if you like, just think about it. Like the patriarchy mindset is man, woman, child. You do believe that you are above a woman, right? And that a woman should be beneath you? No, that's not your belief. So you believe you're equal to women, then, right? Not every man can lead, though. Y'all weren't born leaders. Fuck no. Y'all weren't born into leadership. You got to learn that. Just because you're a man don't mean you know how to lead, baby. And I think that's also a patriarchal indoctrination. Y'all think because some men think because they have, you know, a penis, that automatically makes them a leader. And it doesn't. A lot of times men lead people astray. I mean, look at our president. Well, that ain't my president. But look at the president. A man has to lead and is always leading us to destruction. And we're not just talking about this president, every president, damn near. Every war that is waged. Every shootout. Every mass shooting. It's men doing the thing. More so than not. So we got to really, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to really figure out what we mean by a man should lead. But y'all don't know how, though. Where'd you learn? Who are you learning to lead by? Like, who taught you how to lead and who to lead? And why are you leading? That might be another conversation for another day. Who taught you how to lead, black man? And lead righteously. And righteously doesn't necessarily mean biblically either. Right? Let's see. Not all men are running things, to be honest. Thank you, Juliet, for joining. The men who have almost no social political power are often the ones blaming women the most. Talk about it. Talk about it. Men who are actually in power knows it's them. They tend to be extremely hard on men. Do they? Because I'm seeing the men in power right now bail out abusers, users, rapists. Are they hard on men? These people in power? Are they? I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not going to sit here and argue with y'all of who would be a better leader, whether than Kamala or Trump. We all know Trump wasn't ever the good option, and we're seeing that in real time right now. We'll never know what Kamala would have done. But I don't think that we are in a situation where we should just be so avoidant of having a woman in charge and running the country. I don't think we should be I don't think we should be totally against that. The men have been running it for years, have they not? And why is that? Why is that? If most men aren't sexist and misogynist, why haven't we had more female presidents? Why are you all so afraid? Why are some men so afraid, or some people, because there are women that feel like this too, so afraid of a woman holding that type of power? When we've seen men hold this type of power for decades, for centuries, and are we really the greatest that we could ever be with men in charge? I'm just asking. Men are the leaders, but we're like leading in tail. I don't know. What you say, Anthony? That's a big one right there. Thank y'all so much for being here. We're gonna wrap this up in a minute. Drop some purple hearts if you still in the building. I know it's not a lot of us in here today. I guess the people was right, y'all. I gotta talk about Anton for us to get it jumping in this motherfucker. Whatever. We're gonna keep it moving anyway. Anthony Jackson said it don't matter because in court they're gonna look at the video and that's all he's gonna need because they're gonna keep asking her whatever he said. You could have walked away. Why didn't you? Yeah, in this case, and he knows that because he'll never say, well, I pushed her too. Well, I did provoke her. He'll never say that, which could be the truth. You know what I'm saying? A woman in charge in chaos. Look at single moms. Max Leisure, I'm not even gonna do that. A man is in charge right now, and this whole country is in chaos, sir. Where's your proof that a woman in charge is chaos? That's what I want to know. Where's your proof of that? Look at single moms. Why is their mom single? Now, I know that listen, I know that there are some women out here that just sign up for it. But a lot of times a woman becomes a single mother because she was with a man she thought she could trust, and that man switched up and he walked away and he chose to move around or not be that involved anymore. Y'all have so much smoke for single mothers, but these are the parents that stay with the child. Right? And if fathers really care so much to be in their children's life, then go get your kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all have to stop making it seem like women just want to be out here struggling with a kid by themselves. They don't. They don't. Are you guys saying that men don't have any work to do when it comes to leading and rearing and raising up a child? Are men just doing everything perfectly? And if that's the case, why are there so many single moms then? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if men are naturally great leaders, then why do a lot of them abandon their children? Why is that? Why can't they, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is it a thing that Papa was a Rolling Stone? You know what I mean? Why was that a thing? You're saying you're the leader, the great leader of this household, but you're leaving the household to go create another household down the street. That ain't just a white man thing. Temptations was talking about that, y'all. This was a thing. But y'all don't think a woman could lead? But based on how y'all lead, quote unquote, this is what we have to assess. I just think if men were really great leaders, you would not see a lot of single mothers. Okay? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If the man had the choice to have their children not deal with the woman, we would have our children. So go down to the courthouse and get them. Go file for full custody. But stats say that men rarely file for full custody. But when they do, they are granted that full custody. I think it's like at 40%. But y'all don't go and get custody at a higher percentage rate. Y'all don't file the paperwork. Y'all don't go down to the courts. Women are more likely to do that. But y'all make excuses. Oh, well, they're with a woman that I don't like, so I'm not even going to go deal with my kids. No, go and get your kids. Right? absolutely the truth, and the birth rates are dropping almost solely because of that fact. That's a big social break. There is no bigger betrayal, to be honest. You wouldn't see so many single moms if the court system didn't force it to be that way. So now the courts are forcing women to be single moms. That's what you're saying? Hey, now this type of shit to get you banned. Don't put that name on my name. You getting triggered. You're getting triggered. If it don't apply, let it fly. You over here trying to like you over here trying to like take up for a system that you say that you ain't a part of. Let it fly. Right? And y'all can look at that set. It literally, when men go and apply, they rarely go apply for full custody, but when they do, they are definitely granted that custody. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Y'all are saying a lot in the chat. We're going to keep this thing moving. I'm about to get up out of here in a second. But I appreciate y'all for being here and engaging with me. The videos, I just wanted to show just how certain things can be. Let me finish playing this, and then we can keep it moving.
Damn, everything happens so fast.
Like, the reality, that's the reality of this, is that you were victimized tonight. And that's why we're here, is we don't want further violence.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the reality check she needs, that like, hey, I need to get things in check. So I just want to talk to you real quick.
Sorry, the one kid just puked and so.
No, it's fine. I'm glad the parents showed up.
I don't know which one's which. The little girl? The one upstairs. Oh, okay. Oh, my God.
What is... Do you know the daughter's name?
Stuff, then my gosh. Oh my gosh.
But that's what I'm hoping this results in. I'm not trying to jam anyone up or take them to jail to take them to jail. Like, I want the problem solved.
Does someone get charged then or something?
She is going to be charged with domestic violence.
Oh my gosh.
But that's, I know that's hard to hear, but that's the reality of the situation, and I'm glad.
Look at him smiling. She's going to get charged with domestic violence. Oh my God, smirk. I don't care what y'all say, man. The man ain't innocent, bro.
That it wasn't worse. Because, like, what if she was throwing stuff at you and damaging your property?
Kitchen knife or something.
Like, what if the off chance that she grabbed a kitchen knife, like, it's already clear that she wasn't thinking straight, right?
Yeah.
Normally...
You throw that in there. What if she grabs a kitchen knife? Why would you even have to throw that in there? That was unnecessary.
Normally in your relationship, it's lovey-dovey, honky-dory, right? But in this specific case that can't be ignored, what if she was to grab the knife or something else and it...
Look at him putting more shit on her. Making it worse. Yeah, the lady wilded out. She definitely deserves to be held accountable. But do you see, and I've seen this before too, like it's a situation, and when the officers come, they're getting real buddy with the man that's involved and not really holding his feet to the fire, asking the part that he played in the situation, and then also making it worse for the woman. I believe this was a situation that happened between both of them. Now, she may have gotten worse, but I just don't think that she just up and wild out on this man out of nowhere.
So the main thing is a reality check saying like, hey, that's not okay. And ignoring it's not going to help the problem either. Like, you guys waking up tomorrow morning and acting like it never happened, or having one little conversation and maybe like a smack on the wrist, that doesn't...
Sure. I threw it at him.
Okay. What about the, like, all the metal chairs here and like the...
Yeah, I threw them on him. Yeah, I'm scared.
Why?
I'm scared.
About what?
Him.
Like, what were you, like, I'm just trying to get
He's fighting back. I peed my pants because I was so scared of him in my garage. He pushed me into the wooden thing, so I reacted. I threw the wooden thing at him, and when he came in, I threw everything else at him. I was scared.
Okay, I can talk to you more.
Oh, so there's more to the story. He pushed her first in the garage. Pushed the drunk woman while they was in the garage, and she blacked out. Could he be charged as well? Do y'all think that he should be held accountable for pushing her? Or you think she's lying? I don't know. If a man did this, he would have been arrested already. Maybe not. Maybe not. I've seen situations where the man did start it, and because somebody else was around, they said, well, they both was fighting, and they didn't take that man to jail, even though he started it. But because the other person fought back, right? The other person fought back. A spectator said, well, they both was going at it, so now it's their word against their word. It don't always happen like that. I know that's what people like to believe, right? You like to believe that, oh, just call the police and it'll be okay. Not always the case. Not always the case, you guys. That's all I'm saying. And that happens more times than not, okay? So I'm going to go through a couple more of these comments. I'm thanking you guys so much for being here. Quan, you really got an issue with me tonight. I'm not broad stroke brushing anything. I'm talking about a system that you are under, that you don't fight against. Talking about black men, when the stats will show it's white men that are abusing the system more than anybody, but you keep solely talking about us. I have not said any. I'm talking about men and men that uphold like oppressive systems like the patriarchy, and how that shit can play out in different situations and how it works against black men. And black men should never be assimilating or aligning themselves with this type of system. And you're saying that white men are abusing the system as if other men don't abuse it. It's a man thing. Yeah, black men may be on the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to the system, but it's a man thing. Systemically, there's a bromance. I'm telling you right now, a lot of times, even if you are a black man, now you're more likely to get in handcuffs for sure. They're not gonna do all that talking back and forth for sure. But like I said, like I have seen in domestic cases inside of domestic court, nothing but black men walking away free after punching the hearing out of a woman's ear. A woman got a whole patch over her eye, and the judge is like, well, are you going to do it again? You promise not to do it again? Okay, you can go. I've seen it. And that was a white judge. So what I'm saying is there's a broken system here that we need to be fighting against instead of blaming women for a system that we have no power in at all. We have no power in this. Right? So all I'm saying is this. You know, all I'm saying is that shit is fucked up. Shit is fucked up. And I think, like, us as a community, if we want better, then we really have to like stop assimilating so much to the system that we're under, and really assimilate to elevate ourselves away from this system that keeps us down so much and so badly, right? We're going to talk a little bit more and get into depth about the origins of patriarchy and the origins of feminism and see what really is the issue. And I, I just wanted to have the conversation just to pick you guys' brains on it because it's so many different things that contribute to it, and we don't realize that we are contributing to it because we don't have enough pushback on it. Max Leisure says it will always be a man thing because men dominate the world. Where on the planet do you go where that's not the case? What type of system are you proposing? I'm proposing a system where you, as men, don't feel like you need to dominate. Why do you feel you need to dominate people? This is a black man, y'all. You see what I'm saying? At least that's what his avatar looks like. Why do you feel the need to dominate other people? I will propose a more matrilineal egalitarian society, which exists in modern day time, which is possible. You do not have to dominate and press down in if you have to dominate and use violence to get something done, then you shouldn't have it. Because the fact that you feel the need to dominate women just because they're women, and my thing is, women don't pose a threat to y'all. To men who want to who feel the need to dominate women. So why do you feel the need to control them so much? Usually you want to dominate and control and contain something that's a threat to you. Women have never been a threat to y'all. We're not stronger than you. We don't go out of our way to abuse, hurt, harm. Y'all can run down the street butt ass naked at night and nothing will happen to you. We'll just spectate and keep it moving. But obviously we know a woman can't do that. See, women don't seek to dominate men or dominate anybody. Maybe some, but as a whole, as women, we fight for feminism because it puts everything on an equal playing field. It makes everything equal. It means that we both have equal value. We don't need to press down on you in order to come up, and vice versa. Why do men feel the need? Why can't you be a man without dominating somebody? Juliet, you think so? Interesting. Seems like those who follow the system do better than those who are totally against it. You think so? I don't know. How can we be doing great under a system that's against us? Can you show us a system created by women that is successful? I could. There are a lot of societies over in China, in Indonesia, that are very matrilineal, that are ran by women. Men come maybe to help with certain things, but they do not give all of their power and autonomy over to men and have men dominate over them. They go through the women to get things done. The women and the children are the center, but nobody is above or below. Everybody is equal and it's sustainable. Women are trying to dominate men now. How? How are we doing that? How? 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 I want to know how women are taking over and dominating men right now when we don't have any political power. It's our rights that are on the chopping block right now. In what way? In what way are women dominating men? Please, quickly. What y'all gonna say? Child support? Women pay child support too. But let me go ahead and talk to y'all about the matriarchal societies today, since y'all don't believe me. Let's get into it, and then we're gonna get up out of here because I'm getting tired. I'm gonna share this last thing and we can get up out of here. I appreciate y'all for being here. I was gonna talk about the Anton thing because he got stuff going on with Tasha K now, but I just didn't fucking feel like it. Shit. I didn't feel like it. But all right. So I asked ChatGPT the other day, are some matriarchal societies that exist today? I think I meant to say, do some matriarchal societies exist today? So it says here, yes, matriarchal or matrilineal societies do exist today, but it's important to clarify something. Most modern examples are not fully matriarchal, where women dominate power over men. Because what did I say? Women don't seek to dominate men. So we could never be fully like a patriarch, because patriarch seeks to dominate other people while a matriarch doesn't. Instead, they are usually matrilineal, inheritance through women, or matrifocal, women-centered family structures. Here are some well-known examples. Are we paying attention? Oh shit, I'm not showing it. Hold on. I thought I was showing it. Hold on. Okay, here we go. My bad. I thought I was sharing it for y'all. Y'all can see it, right? Well, not that well. I'll make it bigger. All right, so check it out. Right? So it says there are matriarchal societies, but they are matrilineal. They are not fully matriarchal, but they dominate power. Instead, they're matrilineal, inheritance, and matrifocal family structure. Here are some examples. Musao, China. I think I'm saying that right. Located near Lagu Lake, often called one of the closest things to a true matriarchal society. Family lineage passes through women. Women own property and head households. Known for walking marriages. No formal marriage. Men visit women at night, but they visit women at night, but remain in their mother's home. Women run the home and family structure, but men still play roles in society. So it's balanced, not female domination. That's what I mostly advocate for. Balance. Patriarchy does not promote balance. It's all about pure domination, which is harmful. Another society, the Minangkabau, Minangkabau, Indonesia. I may not be saying that right, but it's located in West Sumatra. Largest matrilineal society in the world. Property, especially land, is inherited by daughters. Women are central to family and economic life, but political and religious leadership roles are often still held by men, showing a shared power dynamic. Akan, Ghana, and Ivory Coast. Somebody said earlier, all of Africa is fully patriarchal. But over in Ghana, in the Ivory Coast, lineage and inheritance passes through the mother. Important role of the queen mother, who has political influence and helps select kings. Women hold real authority, especially in lineage and leadership influence. These are modern day societies, guys. They don't exist. Kasi in India, located in Meghalaya, the youngest daughter inherits family wealth. Children take the mother's surname. Women dominate household decision making. Men still participate politically, but family structure is strongly centered around women. Let's see. I thought there was a comment. Oh, this comment right here. They use child support to control men, give men their children. So child support is not just for men. I'm talking about something that affects men and men only. Women pay child support. Women pay alimony. Women can go to jail for domestic abuse if you call the cops. How does women dominate men in society today? And child support is a result of you not handling your business. So if you have a child out here and you're not with that mother of that child, and she takes and she's trying to work with you and you're not working, she has to take your ass to court, that's a result of you not handling your shit. Because you don't have to be on child support. Maybe be smarter about where you lay in that seed, and you won't end up in child support court. But don't use child support as a way to control men when women are on child support too. Tell me the thing that women are dominating and controlling women controlling men. Yeah, I'm reading it, Kevin. Yeah, it said to select a king, but they are the ones in charge of doing so. So it is up to them. They don't just get a king. The women have to sit around and decide, maybe him, maybe not him. They are in control of who becomes the king, not other men saying who's a king. These women are in control of saying that. And probably because they probably have a good idea of what a king should look like in a society that is ran by women. Okay? So I don't know. So it says Bree, Costa Rica, indigenous group in Costa Rica. Land inheritance passes through women. Only women are allowed to prepare sacred cacao used in rituals. Women are seen as spiritual and cultural anchors. So what's the big takeaway? True matriarchies, women ruling over men, are extremely rare or debated, but matrilineal and women-centered societies are very real and thriving. Most of these societies emphasize balance, cooperation, and complementary roles rather than dominance. And they thrive. So my question is, why can't we do that? That's not the same as here. When you're saying that, don't y'all say women don't deserve rights to vote anymore? It's a bunch of men in the society that we're in right now, supporting the idea that women shouldn't have rights. Y'all already rolling back certain rights for women. Already. Say what you want about abortion, but it really is none of y'all fucking business. And the fact that there are men sitting around talking about what a woman should do with her womb when you have no idea what goes on in a womb or don't, you know what I'm saying? That's a problem. You're not considering the woman. You're trying to dominate her when you are making those kind of decisions against her body. My point is, why do men in this society that we're under feel that the only way that they can be a man to coexist with women is by dominating them? That's all I want to know. If it were up to men, women wouldn't vote, but it's not up to men. Why is that? Because that was once a thing. That was once a thing where men looked at women as property and didn't think that we deserved to vote. But why? Why? Why is it if it was left up to y'all wouldn't even vote? Why? Why? Why can't we vote? And it is up to y'all. Y'all the ones making all the rules. No. And that's where you have it wrong. No. Women's suffrage movement. That's like saying, oh yeah, white folks is what gave black people rights. No, if white folks had it their way, we would still be in chains. We had to fight for that shit. Men didn't make it possible. Women made it possible because we stood up. We stood up and said, hey, We want to be able to make money. We want to be able to be educated. We want to be able to go to the doctor on our own and without a man's permission. We want to be able to do all of the things that other human beings walking this earth are able to do. We had to fight for that, and men got out of the way. I hate when people say that. Men made it possible. No, they didn't. And I'm not about to sit here and give a compliment to men when you should have made it possible from the get-go. When men got rights, everybody should have had rights. You don't get a cookie for now deciding to do the right thing at the last minute. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. Why would you think that I don't deserve rights in the first place? That's the problem. That's the problem. They didn't make shit possible. So I don't know. There were some men that did. We know that there were some men that supported it. We know that. And shout out to those men. And there were women who didn't want to vote. Women's vote didn't increase until decades after they were allowed. Yeah, because a lot of those women did not, them not wanting to vote was them not wanting to lose their position of power in their household, in, under the patriarchy. They didn't want to, some of those women that had husbands and whatnot, I think they thought having rights and being able to vote will force them out of the household and wanting to work. But they did not speak for all women, because there were also a lot of women, once they were able to get their rights, they went and ran off and got divorced from their husband because of the marital abuse and all of this and that and the third. So I don't know. Women don't say that, Juliet. Don't. Are you a woman talk about women didn't want it? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were comfortable. But those women does not speak for all of the women that fought for those rights to have their own life, to have their own money and everything. You're talking about patriarchal housewives that were probably heavily indoctrinated with misogyny and the idea of patriarchy. So they don't speak for everybody else. So I don't know. I don't know, y'all. It's just so much. The rabbit hole goes so deep. Oh, look, it's a hater. This shit is trash. Equal to fake Christian creepy Carrie. Black females go study Candace Owens ASAP. Okay, well, thank you for that. Why don't you go work at Candace Owens then? Thank you for being here. I understand. Having these conversations triggers a lot of men. Y'all don't like to see women speaking on these things. But at the end of the day, that's why I did the pressure show today. At the end of the day, we got to talk about this shit and try to do some unlearning to relearn so we could get back on course and not view women as objects and things to use and abuse. You know what I'm saying? You saying that they were happy and they weren't heavily indoctrinated? If they were so happy, why did we see all of these marriages become divorced right when women were able to vote? Did you all know that? Right when women were able to vote and had rights, you saw an increase in divorces because now women were able to escape their marriages. Were they happy? Because they didn't stay in those marriages. I didn't say black men didn't have anything to do with it. I'm just saying when they got their rights, they didn't advocate for women's rights either. Black women had to say, hey, we need that. When all men got rights, the women were still left out, including the white women. And all of the men, black, white, and the other, were okay with their women not having rights yet. And if I'm lying, what would be the need of the feminist movement then? What would be the need of the women's suffrage movement then? What would be the need of Bell Hooks? What would be the need of Angela Davis? What would be the need of all of these women that were advocating for womanism, which was Black women getting equity and equality and getting their voting rights? If Black men had our back like this, which I know a lot of them did, but at the beginning of it, what was the need for all of that? Why did women have to get involved and go out marching for our rights if Black men were advocating for our rights on our behalf? I didn't say that you weren't advocating. I'm saying when Black men got rights, did they instantly start to advocate for for Black women also having rights? Because if they did, why did Black women have to start a movement to obtain the rights? Where was the fight that men put out to help Black women obtain their rights? If what you're saying is true, why did we have to fight then? I'm just saying, I'm just asking, why? If what you're saying is true, Quan, I'm not saying you didn't advocate for us after the fact, but you got the rights before we did. Was there a movement that was created by men to help the women get the rights? Am I missing something? I'm just saying. But y'all, I've reached the end. What do you say, Julia? Black women got voting rights almost by default of civil rights, but wasn't much push for Black women to vote from those outside of Black women. You want me to ask ChatGPT? Okay. All right. Let's ask ChatGPT. Last question. Let's see. Oh yeah, my battery is about to die. Hold on. Let's see. Did Black men advocate for women's rights when they were first given rights themselves? Let's see. Let's just see. No, I could be proved wrong. I'm learning too. Hold on, I gotta remember how to do it. Okay. All right. So it says, short answer, sometimes yes, sometimes no. It wasn't uniform. Black men were not a monolith, and their relationship to women's rights was complex, strategic, and sometimes conflicted. The timeline matters a lot. After the American Civil War, y'all can see this, right? Okay. I'll make it a little bigger. After the American Civil War, the U.S. passed the 13th Amendment, 14th, and 15th Amendment. 15th Amendment is where Black men can vote in theory. At this point, late 1800s, Black men were technically enfranchised. Women, including Black men, were not allowed to vote. This created tension. Some Black men did support women's rights. Many Black male leaders believed in universal equality, including women's rights. Examples: Frederick Douglass attended the Seneca Falls Convention, Women's Rights Convention, publicly supported women's suffrage. These are already movements that women created, right? Okay. I never said there weren't men that weren't in support of those movements. I'm saying who started the movement. Who started it? Okay. Frederick Douglass attended the Seneca Falls Convention's first women's right, publicly supported women's suffrage, argued women deserve the right to vote. Sojourner Truth, not a man, but important context, worked alongside Black men in shared struggle spaces. So yes, there was an allyship from Black men after the fact. So, but there was also tension with white feminists. This is where things get complicated. During Reconstruction, white suffragists like Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony were upset that Black men got voting rights before women. Some of them even used racist arguments saying it was wrong for uneducated Black men to vote before white women. Bitches. Because of this, some Black leaders prioritized racial survival over gender equality. They saw Black male voting rights as urgent protection against violence and oppression. Some Black men prioritized their own rights first, not necessarily out of hatred for women, but out of strategy and survival. Black communities were facing lynching, disenfranchisement, economic exclusion. Some Black male leaders argue we need political power now to protect our people, and that meant supporting the 15th Amendment, even though it excluded women. Even Frederick Douglass at one point said Black men's right to vote was a matter of life or death. Black women were often left to fight both battles. Black women faced racism and sexism from white women's movements, even with the Black communities at times. Sexism, even with the Black communities at times. So they organized independently. Clubs, advocacy groups, early intersectional activism. The honest takeaway, some Black men actively supported women's rights. Some prioritized racial justice first. Some did not fully advocate for gender equality. And white feminism at the time often excluded or undermined Black people. So it's asking, hey, a strong framing question would be, was it betrayal or survival strategy for Black men to prioritize their rights first? Okay. I like that explanation. I like that. Does that answer the question? So you guys saying that, okay. So you're saying that because it was life or death and men needed to protect the woman, they had to prioritize getting their rights first. And then once they got those rights, but then it's like, how long? How long did it take? Because I see where it says the first women, the Seneca Falls Convention. When was that? That was in 1848. Right? 15th Amendment was passed. Oh no. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, 1848 was the convention, and then the 15th Amendment was passed February 26, 1869. Bans racial discrimination, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. Because how did the Seneca Falls Convention happen before the 15th Amendment was passed? How was that possible? Am I reading that right? I think I'm getting delirious, y'all. It's time to go. It's time to go. But I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? We just having a little discourse, a little back and forth. You know what I'm saying? I just think that right now, as a society, we need to do more. We need to get away of this rhetoric of oppressing other people, oppressing the vulnerable. No Black man should be of the ideology that women don't deserve rights and that women are less than men and that women need to be oppressed. And when I get in these spaces and I hear that, it boggles my mind because we've gone through so much. Why would you want to see that again? You know? But anyway, I'm about to get out of here, y'all. It got a little serious tonight, but that's all right. Just a little bit of something for a Sunday night. But thank y'all for engaging. Thank you for engaging so much. I know it was a long one. Thank you so much, Blaze Brown. We about to get up out of here, hon. Well, let's see, Max Leisure. Men who vote are naturally going to vote in the best interest of their women, be it their mother, daughters, wife, etc. Women, though, will always vote selfishly. Women voting is not a benefit to society. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. Men who vote are naturally going to vote in the best interest of women. Do you think voting against women having bodily autonomy is the best interest for women? Because that's what they're voting. That's what they're voting on right now. The men are voting to take our rights away. They've already taken a few away. They're limited in a few different states. Is that men voting for the best interest of women? I don't know. Exactly. I want us to move forward, not backwards. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you. There's a difference between rights and voting rights. Rights is rights is rights is rights. And every human being deserves them all. Okay? Thank you. Thank you so much. But y'all, make sure you're hitting the like on your way out. Make sure you hit the share, the subscribe, comment, do all of the things for Auntie. It's been real. Hope you had a good time. I'll be back. Maybe we'll keep it a little bit more drama filled next time. You know what I'm saying? I hope not. I hope not, Quan. Thank y'all so much. Thank you so much. Don't ever do that. And check a motherfucker that is. Every time you check their ass. No, I think you're a detriment, Max Leisure. You're a detriment. You might be a detriment because you're against women. Ultimately, you exalt men above women, and that isn't conducive. But thank you for being here, Max. You are an interesting fellow. Thank you so much. Until next time, y'all. I'm out. I hope you have a great week, and I will see you on the flip side. Much love, peace, and hair grease. Bye. Absolutely not. Before we get out of here, absolutely not. No. No. We're just talking about the nuances. If you are not a black man that wants to oppress black women, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. So you shouldn't even feel away, baby. But all right, y'all, I'm out of here. I got to go. Peace.